if you do not understand white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will confuse you. And black people are the most confused people on the planet, confused about everything. We're looking at this world around us and we're totally confused, because that world is made by the white supremacists. And they are the greatest confusers on the planet. They're masters of confusion. How else can you control people over a long period of time without confusing them? It's an absolute must. Otherwise, you have to stand over each individual with a gun all day. The white supremacists don't do that. They stand over them with a gun every now and then. But on a day-to-day basis, they got everybody on automatic. Robots. They got everybody on automatic. Robots.
There's a time and a place for dancing and entertaining, but it's not in the middle of a war. What we need is calm and quiet thinking and analysis. See, this is why it is important to read the newspapers. See, this is why it is important to read the newspapers. Newspapers. Newspapers.
Okay. We had all kinds of, oh boy, this angle is not good. Let's see if we can fix that this way. All right, let's see. Meh, it is what it is. Meh. We're gonna have to deal. Okay, yeah, I can need to go this way anyway. We're gonna have to deal with it. So yeah, that's even better. Okay, so today we're gonna talk about Mamdani. I have Divine Prince with me. I'm gonna bring him on. He is the president of the Freedmen Project.
Good evening. Good evening.
Okay,
Beautiful.
wonderful. How are you tonight?
Doing good. Doing good. It's a fine time to talk about Mamdani.
Yes. At least you say his name right, because I can't get it right. So okay. Before we get started, and I probably should have did this while the theme song was playing, but I do want to send the links out. I just thought about that. Gosh. Hold on 1 second. I just want to, yeah. As a matter of fact, with you guys, I'm going to have to come back because I need to use this phone to send links out. I forgot. Okay. Hold on. Because I definitely wanted to let our big sis Keish know, you know what I'm saying, what we doing over here.
Mm.
If, nobody else. So, hold on. Share. Oh, gosh. Share. Copy. Come on. Come on, bro. Get it together. All right. Okay. Well, we're gonna really, really go deep into Mamdani. I have done extensive research on him, his family. I'm gonna be coming with video receipts, all types of things. We just gonna really, really get into it today. Oh, that was that clip from earlier. Let me just post this one more place. And then we should be good to go.
Okay.
Okay, and get started. All right. getting the live back together with trying to anyway.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right. I really tried to not have this happen, but it's okay. Look, it is what it is. It's going to be what it is. Okay. Let's get started. So, I started my research by going on let me see, which way should I do this so that I'm more in the middle. There we go. That's better. Okay, so I started my research by going on ChatGPT and just getting like just a little bio of who he is, right?
Mhm.
And so we're gonna start off the bio. I'm gonna read the entire bio, right? That he gave me, just a short synopsis, and then we're gonna break down the bio piece by piece, right? We're just gonna go through the timeline.
Okay.
So now let's start here. It says Zor. How you put? Saying his name is just Zor.
So,
Zoran. You know what it is? I want to call him Zohan too.
yeah, probably right. Zoran.
Zoran Mamdani. Okay. I had to use my phonics.
Yeah.
Zoran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee of the 2025 New York City mayoral race. Here's a quick snapshot of who he is and what he stands for. His background. He was born in Uganda in 1991 to an academic, Mahmoud Mamdani, and filmmaker Mira Nair. He immigrated to New York City as a child and later graduated from Bowdoin College with a degree in Africana Studies. He's a former housing counselor and hip hop artist before entering politics. He was elected to the New York State Assembly in 2020, representing Queens 36th District. His mayoral platform highlights rent freeze for stabilized units and expansion of affordable housing, fare free city buses and improved public transit, city owned grocery stores to combat food deserts, public child care, and a push for $30 minimum wage by 2030. He has a strong stance on corporate taxation and progressive reforms. And his campaign, they just wanted to add in that he won the Democratic Party in June 2025 by defeating Andrew Cuomo and others, backed by progressive heavyweights like Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Is she a heavyweight?
Uh, Listen, I guess on that side of the line,
I guess at this point, right?
right?
He stirred debate with bold positions, including support for decriminalizing sex work and criticism of the U.S. foreign policy regarding Israel. His campaign is being called the largest grassroots movement in New York City history, with over 50,000 volunteers knocking on 1.6 million doors. I was like, word, I'm about to check all that out. I wanted to test their gangsta when it came to what they had to say about that. So let's start at the top. They had said that he was born in Uganda in 1991 to Mahmoud Mamdani and filmmaker Mira Nair.
Okay.
Okay, so his mama, a lot of people, know, I think at this point that his mom is the one who directed Mississippi Marsala, right? And so, well, before we get into that, because I forgot about it, before we get into that, I wanted to tell you why I wanted to do this today, right? I wanted to not even tell you, show you why this is my topic for today. Out of all the mayoral candidates,
Right.
why did I choose to do this today? Let me play the videos on why I decided to do this today.
I'm endorsing this man for mayor because he stands for the people. He stands for the people, and he speaks to our issues, ordinary citizens who have tremendous difficulties and obstacles. So I stand with Mayor Mamdani. We know he will prevail. God bless you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that was the first video that I saw, and then I saw this.
Is it operating only in 28 precincts, but instead all of the more than 70 that we have across the America? And I've heard from these New Yorkers about how this is a moment where they feel under attack both from outside of the city and from inside of the city. I heard from small business owners about how they have fewer customers. And Nuggets, he was saying ever since the immigration orders of President Trump's second term, he sees fewer people coming through his health food store. That's true. And hearing about how at the same time as that, we have the crisis of affordability. You know, here in East Flatbush, a third of all residents are rent burners. This is something that is suffocating people's ability to call this neighborhood their home. And we do not want to designate this as the little Caribbean and then remember it, as opposed to getting to live it and see it in our streets. So yes, you're right. Labor Day weekend, to see the excitement, the joy, and also learn from the assemblywomen of the specificity of each and every tradition.
Okay, and then I saw this.
Let me tell you something. Look. You see this? This is what I call authentic leadership. I don't think you understand. You understand? That means we're organized, and therefore we have a real candidate.
Oh, we getting ahead of ourselves. We getting ahead of ourselves. Hold on, I'm having an issue toggling from back and forth from screen to screen.
Yeah, I'm about to say you took me off.
yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to just play those quick videos real fast. So those videos inspired me. I said, you know, he looked like he got some people fooled. And I'm not fooled. And I see through your BS. And sometimes with me, things start off as a feeling, and then I feel like God then shows me why he gave me the feeling.
Okay.
Right. And that's how this started. It's just I just had a feeling. And then, as I said, I started digging, and pulling apart my feelings and getting to the meat and potatoes, and less feelings and more receipts. Okay. So, because it seems that there are many people who are fooled by buffer classes.
Mm.
They feel camaraderie with buffer classes. They are confused and think that because they talk a certain way, that they actually going to do it when they get there. And it has proven over and over and over again that no one is going to look out for us but us. And then, even with us, we got to watch us, because we got to make sure the us is the right one of us. So,
Right.
what are your thoughts on what you just saw there?
So what I will say is, I think before I get to Michael Eric Dyson, the second video, the second clip, it was hard to hear. I know he was talking about small business or something like that. Can you give me like a little bit more of what he was saying, kind of overview? When
Basically, he was
crowd.
saying that the small businesses in East Flatbush have seen a decline in foot traffic since Trump has been in office, and I guess trying to enforce immigration.
Right.
And so, he's saying that because of that, you know what I mean, it's hurting small businesses in East Flatbush.
Okay. Understood. Okay. So, and that's a great point actually. So I'm glad that you clipped that and let me know what he said. But in the first one, after that, I mean, there was a time, and I'll be totally transparent. There was a time where there was a level of respect that I did pay to Michael Eric Dyson, right? In 2019, I believe, or it's either 2018 or 2019. Um, I was able to do almost like a street interview, but it was like inside. We were at the NAN conference at the time, and this is when we were first starting to initially push for reparations, advocacy, and policy and legislation. And so I saw him, and we got a chance to run up on him and ask him about lineage-based reparations, and specifically reparations for freedmen, using that status. And he was quite supportive of that concept, right? But as we've seen from that time, and some people probably seen it before we did, to present time, and after that debacle on CNN or MSNBC, one of them stations with Nancy Mace, and he got caught ready to risk it all. There has been more of a shift of Michael Eric Dyson's reputation to have been just the same old Democrat shit as everybody else. And so when you see a Michael Eric Dyson come out and talk about Mamdani standing with the people, that is already great cause to pause, because Michael Eric Dyson doesn't stand with the people. You can tell me, and when I'm talking about the people, we're talking about, the foundation of Black American people, right? We're talking about those, because there is a set of people that he and Michael Eric Dyson stand for. And that is the group of people that the Democrats say you are allowed to stand for. And what we found is that, like you said really quickly, about making sure when it is us, that it's the right one of us. What we've seen, especially in recent history, as we're pushing for remedial justice and lineage-based repair and policies and legislation, we're finding that the Democrats are not endorsing people to stand for us specifically and solely. And so we're going to have to do it ourselves. So that is kind of where I stand on the Michael Eric Dyson endorsement. But in regards to that second clip leading into the third clip, I think that is very, very important, especially for our people. And you kind of touched on it lightly, and I guess you'll give me the alley oop when we talk about buffer classes, right? And so what we found is something that I've say very often when we're talking about the Afro immigrants and Pan Africanism. What we found is that those Afro immigrants will stand with other immigrants long before they use the Afro similarities with us as Black Americans to stand with us. So they will stand with immigration status long before they stand on being Black. And so when you have a Mamdani talking about what Trump is doing, um, that is diminishing foot traffic and business in East Flatbush, that's where you start to see the major and fatal flaw of racial politics. Because what Trump is doing in regards to illegal immigration helps Black Americans in our community. But because a lot of their foot traffic in those immigrant communities is built on illegal immigration and what he did during what the Biden and Kamala administration did during did regarding the migrant crisis, you see illegal immigration helps to foster and build economic centers and foundations for that immigrant community. And so that's where we start to see the direct conflict with what a Mamdani stands for in regards to what's going to help our foundational Black American communities the most.
And I will piggyback on that and say that no, I will push back on what Mamdani is saying, because what he does not understand as a person who is from East Flatbush, okay, is that traffic was already down from COVID, and that we are being gentrified to high heaven. That is why I no longer live in East Flatbush. What he's not saying is that, unfortunately, because there are people living in East Flatbush who allow buffer classes to come in and gentrify us. That's what it is, because you feel this camaraderie with them, but when they come in, they are not looking out for Black Americans or Black Caribbeans or Black Africans. They're not looking out, they're looking out for themselves. And everybody in New York knows I'm not lying, because they have their own neighborhoods where they have their own stores, where they sell their own little foods and they sell their own little thing. And we're going to get into that deeper. Unfortunately, we have people in East Flatbush who see a camaraderie with people like Mamdani and don't realize that they are the buffer class sent in to gentrify your Black ass out. That is how they come in and move you out. And it's happened. It's happening in certain areas in Queens as well.
Yeah.
And because they have this coexistence together, the Caribbeans and the Indians, they're not seeing what's happening. They're not seeing them as a buffer class, but what they don't see is that they don't have a camaraderie with you. You have one with them, they don't have one with you. And I'm going to keep getting into that right now. We're going to get into it as we talk about his parents and where he came from.
Yeah.
All right. So that was why I did this. I started seeing he picking up steam.
Yes.
I don't like that. So it's time for me to come with the FBA pin and pop that bubble, child. It's time.
Yeah.
He getting too much steam. I'm gonna clip his little wings, okay? Now, so let's talk about where he's from.
Okay.
Before we even get into that, let's talk about his mother. His mother and the movie that she made, right? His mother name is Mira Nair, right? So let's get into the movie that she made. Can we both be on the screen with the
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Toggling from the screen to screen is.
You want to see me? No, I asked to speak to Mina.
I don't think you understand. You understand? That means we're recognized, and therefore we have
Sorry,
a
guys.
word.
There we go.
You want to see me? No, I asked to speak to Mina. Come. You've caused enough trouble.
How's it sound on your side? This is low.
What do you want from us now?
I don't know how to. I don't know how to make it louder. Oh
Nah,
wait.
that's-
Mina's father. Oh, I'm Demetrius Williams. Glad to make your acquaintance. I know who you are. Then you know I'm here to see Mina. That will not be possible. All right. All right, well then I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk with you, sir. I'm sorry, but we have nothing to discuss. No, I think we do. I believe we do, being that you done about ruined my reputation and my business. I think I'm entitled to an answer, don't you? No. I see. I see. So you think I ain't good enough for your daughter, is that it?
No, that's not it. Mina is free to love anyone, to live as she chooses. I respect her freedom. But that does not absolve me of my responsibility as a father.
Well, no disrespect to you, sir, but she's a grown woman and we care for each other very much, and I think that's all there is to it.
You know, once I was like both of you. I thought I could change the world, be different. But the world is not so quick to change. Mina is my only child. I don't want her to go through the same struggle as I did.
Struggle? Look, I'm a black man born and raised in Mississippi. Ain't a damn thing you can tell me about struggle.
What do you know about my...
No, I know. I know you and your folks can come down here from God knows where and be about as black as the ace of spades, and as soon as you get here, you start acting white, treating us like we your dogs. I know that you and your daughter ain't but a few shades from this right here. That I know.
All right. So that is the movie that his mother uh uh made in the United States. She was the director of this movie. Hold on, let me just make
Mississippi Masala.
Mississippi Masala. That was a clip from the movie. And from that clip, right, you would get the feeling that that at least from her perspective in the movie, she's trying to bring awareness to the buffer classness, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a couple of things that I noticed in the movie that I thought was very interesting, especially once I started learning more about what was happening at the time, right? Because the movie is very interesting because the movie talks about the Asians, because that's what they called it. And so when you're searching for it, I want you to be able to search for it correctly, right? Because at the time we look at them as Indians from India. They look at them as Asians.
South Asians, that's right.
Right. So when the Asians were removed from Uganda, so hold on one second.
And do you have the year on that movie? Did you happen to document that? The year of that movie when it came out?
Yes. The movie came out. Oh, I didn't edit that. How could I not do that? Okay, well, it's all right. Movie came out.
In the 80s, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, definitely the 80s. Sorry. Sorry. It's
Now it's fine as you're looking that up. 'Cause my mom, as most moms,
1991.
91, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, in the 90s.
So the
Wow.
year he was born.
Right. I was about to say, I wanted to link it to that. That's the 90s. I thought it was the 80s. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As most moms were, like I said, was a huge Denzel Washington fan. I just found out it's crazy. I just saw, I don't know if it's a recent interview because that movie he just did with Spike Lee, but just found out that his name isn't even pronounced Denzel. It's actually Denzel.
Yeah. I heard
Yeah,
that. Yeah, yeah. I'm a
yeah,
big Denzel
yeah. I
fan
found
too.
that out. I'm late, but he was like, yeah, him and his dad, he's Denzel Jr. So
Yeah.
his mom added an extra to his name so she could tell them apart when she started calling him as he was getting older because both of them would come. He's like,
Mm.
Denzel, and both of
Okay.
them. She was
That
like,
part I
okay,
didn't know.
yeah. So she's like, okay, you Denzel to her husband, and then she told her son, you're Denzel. So that
Denzel.
you know who comes.
That
So
makes sense.
that's I found that interesting. But to your point about the movie, before you get into what you found, I remember seeing that movie as a kid because, like I said, my mom watched every Denzel Washington movie, and it's it's a very interesting dichotomy now, looking back in hindsight on what some of the things that her son did. I'm sure we're going to get into, so I don't want to jump the gun, but
Mm-hmm.
the way
Please
in
don't.
which that movie is set and what it talks about, and then the life that he's lived and what he's trying to do now, it's almost like life imitating art, and vice versa. So I'll stop there. But go ahead, let you cook.
Yes. Okay. So she also did this movie that used to be on TV a lot in here, Kama Sutra. I know a lot of West Indians know that movie. It's an Indian movie, and we
Mm,
don't really watch a lot of Indian movies here. But Kama Sutra was on TV back in the
okay,
day, so
yeah,
you
I've
know what I'm
seen that.
saying. So she also did that one as well. But I found so when I was looking up her IMDb to to see what year she did and what other movies she did. Um, I saw this interview with her.
Oh wow, okay, sure.
And I'm just gonna play a snippet of the. I'm having issues toggling from. I got two screens, so I'm toggling from. So moving my mouse from one screen to the other screen, I'm having issues. So okay, hold on. And I should have cut this better than this, but my bad, y'all. My bad. All right, forgive me because I forgot to crop this. Oh yeah, yeah. Now I'm trying to get to the other screen. There we go. Oh, I had it on mute.
Questions on IMDb. What ins-
Do. I believe we do. Don't want her to go through the
I
same
hate that this
struggle
thing
as I
doesn't
did.
have like a
Struggle.
10-second
at this
little
day is
button.
resistance and the ability to
Don't want her to go through the same struggle as I did. Struggle? Look, I'm a black man born and raised in Mississippi. Ain't a damn
Like
thing you can
I
tell me
try
about
really
struggle
hard to like,
you know about it.
get everything all set up. So this is not gonna. Lord have mercy, it went far.
That
Plus, the other thing, just
Just
right.
leave it.
I'm Admira Nair and I'm here to answer burning questions on IMDb.
what inspires you the most at this stage of your career?
What inspires me most at this stage is resistance and the ability to speak out, the ability to speak truth to power, and it's a terrible world. So either you speak now and in staying silent, you go with the world. So in movies, in cinema, in theater, in art is our chance to speak out.
Right? That's what she had
Mm,
said, right? I said, oh, okay. I said, okay, okay. I thought
mm,
that was really, really interesting. Because how you gonna say something like that, right? You need to speak out, right? Yeah. Power to the people. Let's read an article. Okay. And let me see if I can. I don't know. If I can't do it, I can't do it. I'm gonna try real quick and see if I can put the little article up here. But if I can't, I'm gonna just read it, and I'll put the link in the description, and y'all can read it if you want. Let's see. Here it is, right here. This one. Now let's put it on the second screen. Whew, okay, we're getting somewhere. Not really. What?
Yeah, I was about to say you would have.
Because it's on the second screen, it's like not letting me do what I need to do. Okay, all right, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Oh, there we go.
Let's see. I wonder if we could do something like this. All right. So you can't read the whole title, but oh well, too bad. It says, "Oh Mama, Qatar bankrolled over a decade worth of films directed by Zoran Mamdani's mommy."
Mm.
Right? So, I just before I even get into this, I just want to bring up, like, when a lot of Middle Eastern women come to America, they become feminists, right? Because of the oppression that
That's right.
places like Qatar uh exude onto the women there. And so she's sitting there talking about fight back and blah blah blah. She taking that money though, much like her son, and we'll get into that.
Mm.
So let's take a look at this, because this is a really good article. As you can see, this is the New York Post. Hamas backing Qatar, Hamas backing Qatar has bankrolled film and stage projects by socialist Zoran Mamdani's Israel bashing movie director mom. And one of its royals is now pushing her son's mayoral bid, the New York Post has found. Shakia Al Mayasasa Bint Hamad, I can't say this name, child. I can't do it. Sister is the ruling emir, and state-funded cultural institutions she controls have supported Myra Nair and her creative projects since at least 2009, even extending a personal invitation to participate in the cultural program the country organized as a part of the festivities around hosting the 2022 World Cup. So, when her son talks about he wants to get rid of billionaires, so when she talks about she wants to fight the power, when they say that they want to be socialist Democrats, when they say that they want to end certain practices in this country, which is the country that they chose to come to, I wonder, are they against billionaires, democracy, college institutions, all of these things? Are they against those things because they want a monarchy? Because it seems like they're okay with a monarchy, a king, a queen, what they call it? I don't know what they call it over there. A high priest, whatever. Do they want to end democracy so we can have a monarchy? Because how you going to tell us not to do what we doing over here, but you taking money from monarchies?
True indeed.
I'm just asking questions. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just saying. Let's go on with the article. Since mid-June, Shakia has taken to promoting Mamdani's mayoral candidacy. Why would a princess, a sister to the ruling heir, a ruling emir, why would she care about what the hell we doing over here? Why is it any of her daggone business? To the point where she campaigning herself. Where? On social media, boosting news of favorable polling on Instagram and posting fire emojis under a TikTok video of him embracing Nair. They are buying somebody who's willing to be bought, and at the time of their choosing will ask for what they want, warned Daniela Pletka, a foreign policy expert at the American Enterprise Institute think tank of Nair's Qatar ties. They need a rainbow coalition of people who will support the ideology that they promote. And sometimes it will be Islam. This was the important phrase right here. They need a rainbow coalition of people who will support the ideology they promote. Sometimes it will be Islamism. Sometimes it will be anti-Semitism. And sometimes it will be anti-Israel. You see? Nilly Fuller says they on all sides of every argument.
True indeed.
So everybody saw the Jews are pointing fingers, talking about he's an anti-Semitic. You know what I'm saying? But these, honestly, truly, his mama will be on any side that pays, is what they saying. It don't matter who it is. So with a person like that, you don't even know what you're getting. You think you know what you're getting, but you don't know. You don't really know what his agenda is. You know what he's telling you his agenda is. We're gonna get into where his money is, because now we only talking about where his mama money coming from. We didn't get into his money. Nair's film Nafa's about, hold on, did I skip a page? Okay. Yes, the Post found extensive ties between the Queen's Assemblyman's mom and the Qatari elite, including in 2009, her film Amelia opened in the first ever Doha Tribeca Film Festival in the Gulf regime's capital. From 2010 to 2014, Doha Film Festival Institute, founded by Shakia, underwrote a boot camp and trained Qatari students in screenwriting and filmmaking at Nair's Masha Film Labs in East Africa and in Doha, according to both the organizers' websites. The Doha Film Institute also paid the entire $15 million budget of Nair's 2012 film, The Reluctant Fundamentalist. And one of the first movies it produced, the flick had previously struggled to obtain funding, tells the story of a Pakistani immigrant who suffers mistreatment at the hands of U.S. authorities after 9/11, and opened the Doha Tribeca Film Festival later that year. Nair's film Nafas, about the historic Qatar pearl divers, was the first movie commissioned by Qatar's National Museum, which Shakia chairs. It premiered at the museum's 2019 opening. Nair attended and remains one of its flagship exhibits. Its budget has not been made public. A company Nair set up with her native India did $102,000 in business in 2022 and 2023, with event management from Agents Publics Qatar, which shares its chairman with Qatar Engineering and Construction Company, a major player in Qatar's piggy bank oil and gas industry, according to LinkedIn and publicly listed import records collected by privately supply chain monitoring firms. The country's most high-profile support for the author came in 2022 when state-owned Qatar Airways and Qatar Creates, another one of Shakia's pet projects, boosting the country as cultural destination, produced the extravagant Nair directed stage adaptation of her Golden Globe nominated film Monsoon Wedding as part of the World Cup festivities. So that's a lot of ties.
Yeah,
And a lot of money.
yeah, they're basically my entire career.
And they've been working together a very long time.
Mm.
Qatar's Sharia-inspired social policies, which bar women from marrying or holding government roles without a male guardian's permission. How dare you come over here and talk about the men over here? And y'all men won't even let you. Let's read. Bar women from marrying or holding government roles with a male guardian's permission. So you can't even get married without another male's permission. which can punish homosexuality with torture. And they come over here talking about all this LGBT stuff, but in their country, that's not what they're doing. And this is the money that they're taking. So when you guys are sitting here talking, the LGBT community, when you're sitting there caping for this man, his mama is taking money from people who would chop your head off. So, and this is the money he was raised on. Because Mississippi Masala was in 1991. That's the year he was born. And please understand. So this is the money that raised him. This is the money that fed him. That sent him to school. The filmmaker presented herself as a voice for the marginalized, while her son has pledged to make New York City an LGBTQIA and sanctuary city. Or is that plus sanctuary city as in, Lord have mercy, I don't even understand, child. I'm just keep going. Thousands of migrant workers died building facilities for the World Cup in Qatar's 125-degree temperatures amid conditions human rights activists described as modern-day slavery. And I wonder how many of those were Africans of Black descent. But in an interview with the website Qatar happening during the soccer tournament and the Monsoon Wedding musical run, Nair only had praise for the regime. Oh, wait, let's go back. Should we go back to the video? I'll be having such problems. I don't want to go back to the video. But go back to the video. She said she fights. She said speak up.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let them silence you like they have silenced her with the money. And by extension, her son. Let's keep going. This is just the first article.
Mm. Oh my Lord. Oh, you getting feedback?
Huh?
Are you hearing feedback
from you?
Does it sound like echo?
It could be me though. I'm wondering if it's like maybe I should put on a headphone.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you don't come back.
Okay. Hold on. Let me try to put it on the headphones because maybe that's what it is. Let's see.
Let me see my state. Yeah, I can hear it. Can you hear it? Or no?
I mean, it's coming out my computer, so it sound away anyway.
Okay.
All right. So this is what we are.
Oh, let me try this. Mute up quick and let me see. Test it out. Mute up. You hear me? Testing. I know. I still hear it.
Maybe you need headphones. Okay. So let me finish reading. And then we'll try to figure certain things out. Okay. So yeah, back to the article. Okay. There we go. Oh boy. Just know, audience, I be trying so hard for things like this not to happen. I really do. I be trying to troubleshoot all type of things, and it don't necessarily be working, but whatever. Okay. All right. So let's finish the article. We'll bring him back when he's ready. So she had nothing but praise for the regime and her royal patron. Her Highness Shakia has loved the movie, but also supported the inception of this musical over several years, Nair said. Nair has boycotted International Film Festival over Israel's politics. She, all of these things. And like I said, at the end of the day, she's still taking their money. Let's see, where... Come on, Divine. She is still taking their money. So let's see what's next now. So now, because I wanted him to see this video and I don't want to play the video, let's look at the chat. Let's look at the chat and see what's going on. Okay, I see. Okay, let's give people shout outs. Hi, Miss Dean. Hi, Kathy Dean. Okay, I see you in the chat. Thank you for being here. Hey, Black Truth United. Thank you so much. Fonessa, thank you so much. Hi, Shauna. Thank you so much for joining me. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see what else is happening. I'm sorry, I'm new at this. Like, I'm really bad. Like, I'm not gonna even lie. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back. Let's see if he's ready. No, he's gone. Oh, he's back. Okay, great. Because I don't want to play the video without him because I really want him to see this. All right, perfect. So we're back up.
All right. Is it better?
Yeah, just leave it. It's okay. We'll figure things out. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. Okay.
Okay.
And so now we're gonna, because I have the next video I want to show, and I don't want to play it without you. Okay. All right. So let's get ready. So now that we talked about his mom, right? We're gonna get into her work. As as a director, the movie a little bit. So I wanted to play, but so before we get into the movie, because to understand the movie, you have to understand the climate of what was happening in Uganda at the time. Why did he come to America from Uganda? Why? He just says it like it's normal, like, oh, I was born in Uganda. I'm of Indian descent, but I was born in Uganda and then I moved here. Why was that happening? And I think it is very important for us to get a complete understanding of why that was happening. Now, I'm going to give a little small video. It's you have to get the history, okay? And Dr. Short gave me a bunch of books. I'm going to also include those in the description for you guys, to peruse, because I was talking to Dr. Short about this. And so he also, gave me some context on what was happening in Africa at this time. So I felt like this video was an accurate description of what Dr. Short was telling me. So let's get started.
Decision for the economy of Uganda. And I must make sure that every Ugandans get a fruit of independence. Since independent, actually Uganda is not yet independent, I will say that, even when the British handed over on the 9th of October 1962, the Uganda is still not yet independent. Uganda will be independent after this, my decision, after I want to see that the whole Kampala street is not full of Indians. It must be proper black, and administration in those shops is run by the Ugandans.
Would you like to get all Asians out, really, sir?
Yes, they must go to their country.
Even nationals of Uganda?
If they want to go, they are welcome to go.
What prompted this, some people, if they don't go by the time limit?
I think they will be sitting like they are sitting on the fire. I will tell you this. You just wait after 3 months.
What will you do to them?
Okay, you will see. I think they will not sit comfortable here in Uganda. I will tell you this. I must actually tell you the truth.
Good evening, viewers. Welcome to the News Focus, where every story finds its spotlight. Tonight, we take you deep into one of Uganda's most shocking and controversial moments in history, the 1972 expulsion of Asians by President Idi Amin. Why did it happen? Was it economic nationalism, paranoia, or pure dictatorship? What did it mean for Uganda and its future? Sit tight, this is a journey into power, race, fear, and the rise and fall of a leader who shaped Uganda's destiny with a single decree. Uganda in the early 1970s was a country finding its identity. Independence from Britain had come in 1962. The country was still young, hopeful, but deeply divided along ethnic, political, and economic lines. At the center of Uganda's economy was a small but powerful group, the Asian community, mostly of Indian and Pakistani descent. They were shop owners, bankers, industrialists, and business leaders. Though they made up less than 1% of the population, they controlled over 70% of the economy. To many native Ugandans, especially the poor and rural masses, Asians were seen as aloof, privileged, and unwilling to integrate. Then came Idi Amin, a man of contradictions, charismatic but ruthless, simple in speech but dangerous in power. One year, the tide turned. Amin began a reign of terror, paranoia, and unpredictable decision-making. The 1972, everything changed. Idi Amin announced, live on radio, that all Asians who were not Ugandan citizens had 90 days to leave the country. His reason? He claimed to have received a dream from God, telling him to expel them. He accused Asians of economic sabotage, racism, and refusal to integrate. They are sabotaging Uganda's economy. They only think of themselves, Amin declared. He gave them 90 days. That was it. Pack up. Leave. Abandon businesses, homes, schools, and life itself. Over 60,000 people were affected, many holding British passports. Amin said it was a chance to return the economy to real Ugandans. At first, the world was shocked. Then the fear set in. Who were the Asians in Uganda? To understand this moment, we must understand who these Asians were. Many of them were brought to East Africa by the British during colonial times. Some came as laborers to build the Kenya-Uganda Railway in the 1890s. Others came as traders, clerks, and artisans. They settled, built businesses, and created successful commercial empires. But colonial systems were racially tiered. Whites on top, Asians in the middle, and Africans at the bottom. This created resentment. Asians often lived in their own communities, spoke their own languages, and rarely intermarried or integrated with locals. So when Amin accused them of being foreigners exploiting Ugandans, many bought into it. But not all Asians were rich. Many were shopkeepers, teachers, or small traders. Still, the general perception, fueled by Amin's propaganda, painted them as greedy outsiders. What happened next? Panic broke out. Families rushed to leave. They were allowed to take only a small portion of their money. Some were beaten. Others had their passports seized. Factories were abandoned. Businesses were nationalized and handed over to military officers and Amin loyalists, many of whom had no experience running them. Britain tried to negotiate with Amin. They offered to take in Asians with British passports. Canada, India, and Kenya also received thousands of refugees. In just under 3 months, Uganda's economy lost its backbone. Shops shut down. Manufacturing collapsed. Inflation soared. But Idi Amin didn't care, at least not publicly. He claimed Ugandans were finally free to take control of their economy. Was it popular locally? Surprisingly, many ordinary Ugandans supported the move, at least at first. They saw it as a step toward economic freedom. Some got access to shops, houses, or businesses previously owned by Asians. But the victory was short-lived. Without the skills, capital, or experience to run these businesses, most collapsed. Corruption took over. Goods disappeared. Services declined. By 1975, Uganda's economy was in free fall. But Amin continued to double down, blaming foreigners, spies, and even his own ministers for the failure. International response. The international community was outraged. The United Nations condemned the expulsion. Human rights groups raised alarm. Britain broke diplomatic ties with Uganda. But Amin stood firm. He positioned himself as a Pan-African hero, a strong man standing up against imperialism and foreign dominance. In Libya, Gaddafi praised him. The Arab world saw him as a bold anti-West figure. But behind the scenes, Uganda was sinking, economically, socially, and diplomatically. Long-term impact. What did Uganda lose? An entire class of experienced entrepreneurs and industrialists. A functioning economic infrastructure. International respect. But what did Uganda gain? Not much, at least not sustainably. Decades later, in the early 2000s, President Yoweri Museveni began inviting expelled Asians to return and reinvest. Some did. And many rebuilt what they had lost. But the scars remain.
Okay. So, now that was a little Western leaning, I'm going to say, because, you know, they talked about like, oh, you know, when they got rid of all the skilled workers, blah, 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 blah. I don't know about that part, right? But you could see that there was buffer classism happening in Uganda, right? Maybe that should have been in the title, buffer classism. I should have added that in there. There was buffer classism happening in Uganda. So Uganda and India were both, you know, under British rule at one point. And so when the British was constructing the railroad in Uganda, they brought the Indians over to help build it. And then they stayed, and then they made them the buffers over the Ugandans. They were the shopkeepers. They tried to act like, oh, they weren't rich, but they were the ones they had all the money. Ugandans were not the shopkeepers. They were brought in. The British brought them in to be the buffer class on top of the Ugandans, and that's why when the Uganda got their independence, they didn't want no buffer classes over them. You know, and this was, you know, what was happening there. So Divine, what are your thoughts on that video?
Please forgive my audio if it's. Oh no, we're good. Whatever you did, fixed it.
Okay, good.
Okay, good. Perfect. I don't know if it's the AAPI, whatever. It doesn't matter. We good. We cooking. All right. So yeah, man, that was such an amazing video, right? Like such a you know, especially, I mean, obviously I didn't know much about that. I hadn't really looked into that. I knew, you know, that they were born there because of our run-ins in local politics with Mamdani, and we probably gonna get into that later down the line. So I don't want to jump the gun. But right, it's the same old story, and it's like it's just great insight into what is going on, their mentality, what drives their political hunger, and in some cases their political greed for success. You know, coming here, it also paints the picture on. It kind of casts a whole new light for me on Mississippi Masala, the movie, right? And it just speaks to their entire mindset coming into the country, and why there is an anti, you know, obviously you coming from a Uganda where you get expelled, and you know, even though we understand the difference between it, we're talking about delineation and disaggregation. You have a group of people that come in to a new country where there are black people coming from another country where they got expelled by quote unquote black people, by the Ugandans. And so you bring that anti blackness from there here. And that kind of fuels you when you get here because there they were able to kick you out. So when you get here and see that we are already underneath them, it's like, okay, great. This is kind of what I left. This is what it's supposed to be. Order has been restored. And so they come here and it's okay for them to then be in the position that they was there. It kind of reminds me of what happened with the Cubans when the ones that got ran off by Castro were most of the ones were the quote unquote white ones, and then you see them come here and be white because of the regime change that was happening in Cuba. You leave where you're getting expelled because you were trying to, well, not trying to, you were oppressing the people there. You were the elite caste there, so you came here and was like, well, you know what? We're gonna do everything we can to be the elite caste here too. And just like you said, it was really left, really west leaning. I won't, I'll take a breath here, but it's interesting how they tried to say, hey, what did Uganda really gain by doing what they did? Because they got rid of the skilled people and everything went downhill from there. When what they really did was expel the buffer class, and then the Western powers was like, okay, you know what? Now we got to punish you for getting rid of our buffer class. And that's kind of why things really went awry and things went down. Because it wasn't because you got rid of the skilled people, you got hip to the game and turned the funnel off. I mean, turned the valve off for what they were trying to do. So I'll land there. But great video.
And they began putting sanctions on them like crazy. Okay.
Exactly. Right.
So and then they demonized him because that name is like synonymous with like evil. As an American, like you hear that name and it's just like, oh, you should be afraid. That's how they make, that's how they talk about him like he is the big bad African wolf. Okay.
That's right. Idi Amin, Gaddafi, you got the Castros.
And
Like
you
these
heard Gaddafi was
praising them.
was with what he was doing. You know what I mean? Which is not surprising. It's along the same ones. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, so I just wanted to give some background to, where he came from. So now I'm going to play a little piece more of Mississippi Masala, right? Because, once I think what made me start looking deeper into the history was the movie, which is free on YouTube, guys. I'll put the link to the movie. I watched it for free on YouTube, like legally, like, you know what I mean? Not even like, some old bootleg stuff. So, because that movie is that old. But once I watched the movie, I caught certain things. And then that's what made me start asking questions about what was happening around that time. And Dr. Short must have just felt me like asking questions into the universe, and he just called, and I just was like, hey, so what do you know anything? Like, come on, I thought for 1 second the Dr. Short didn't know anything about it. I'm like, hey, do you know anything about Uganda and Idi Amin and all that blah blah blah? And he's like, what do I know? He started shooting me books and stuff like that. So I started, asking questions. So this is one of the scenes that made me start asking questions. So let me hit play and stop the yippee yapping.
Asians came to Uganda to build the railway. The railway is finished. They must leave now and give them 90 days to pack up and go. Asians have milked the cow, but not fed it. Africans are poor. Asians are rich. The Asians are sabotaging the economy of Uganda. They have refused to allow their daughters to marry Africans. They have been here for 70 years, but still live in the man is a madman.
Spread the
give an interview.
Okay. So before we go on, I don't know. I know the volume is so low for whatever reason. Look, it seems like everything is their weapons formed against me, but they will not prosper. Okay. So what happened was that was like a, her birthday party. This is the main character in the movie, the young lady that's supposed to be dating that was dating Denzel Washington. This is a flashback to her party as a child, to back to when they lived in Uganda, right? And so she was having her birthday party, and then Idi Amin is on the TV, basically telling them that they have to leave. Now this is a scene between her father and his best Ugandan friend who he grew up with. Okay. Hopefully you can hear.
On BBC, said that Amin was evil. Are you mad? What about Kinu? What about Mina? Do you ever think of them?
What should I have done? Remain silent? That is the coward's
Don't
way.
talk to me about cowards. That's what you are. You're not leaving because you're scared to leave. You are scared of leaving Uganda.
Why should I go? Why should I go? Okello, this is my home.
Not anymore, Jay. Africa is for Africans. Black Africans. It's easy to be king of Kampala.
Oh, sorry, I had the thing on mute. My bad. He said, could you hear that conversation? No, you couldn't hear. Okay. So basically, in the scene, he's telling his friend, like, why would you go on BBC and tell everybody that Idi Amin is evil? And he said, because he have to fight. Like he feels that he has to fight. And and he was like, why do like, don't make it seem like that's what it is. You know what I mean? And he was like, what do you mean? Uganda is my home. I don't know anything else, where should I go? And he said, and his friend looked at him and told him that Uganda is for Africans, Black Africans. So this was in the movie that his mother directed. All right. So we're gonna go into the next scene, because I just wanted to make sure you could hear this part.
Big fish in a little pond. Why don't you try to be king of London or king of Bombay?
Because I was born here. I've always been Ugandan first, Indian second. I've been called a bootlicker and a traitor by my fellow Indians. Okello. Uganda is my home.
Okay. So that's where he talks about, that they have called him a bootlicker, a traitor, all these type of things, because, he would fight. He's saying that he would fight for Black Africans, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? Okay. So we're gonna get more into that later. Hold on. We're gonna get more into that later, but I wanted to ask you, what did you think about those clips before we move on?
So What I'll say is, and I think what's happening, I think what happens when we change to that screen, because I heard it almost happening again. I think that's what was throwing up the audio. So when I'm trying to talk with when you have the shared screen on for that audio, so maybe that's what was doing it. So just for future reference, but
okay.
I think this is like it's so layered now. Like I didn't even know. I didn't know where you were going. I've seen Mississippi Masala so long. There's so much that I remember of it, but you don't. It's almost seeing it with a fresh pair of eyes in this new time and where I'm at. Obviously, at my age now, and my understanding being enhanced, right? And even just from that short clip of Idi Amin that you played, right? So what we find now is, even though it had Denzel Washington, like I said, my mom loved him. That's one of my favorite actors of all time. And the movie being what the movie is, now I can finally see and understand Mississippi Masala for the piece of propaganda that it was and that it is, right? And so when you understand their point of view, who they are as Ugandans that were expelled, and you see this movie that they get a chance to make in the homeland of where they come to and get expelled to, using one of our greatest actors of all time, right? To then disseminate this message of, look how bad Idi Amin was. Look what they did to us, those Ugandans of Indian descent that loved Uganda as much as the native Ugandans, right? Like that's the message that's being portrayed by his family and by her writing this movie in the way that she wrote it.
But even when she wrote it, the crazy part about that is that, yes, you get that is the air of the movie. But even she couldn't leave out the fact that his family had money.
What do you mean?
When this family, the family of this girl, they had, she has to tell the truth to a certain point. So when you look at the house in Uganda in this movie, I encourage everybody to watch this movie and really see. Because when you watch the movie, this house is gorgeous. Look at you saw the birthday party. Let's go back to the birthday party.
Okay, yeah, let's go back.
They wasn't living in no, nothing. No. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't nothing to sneeze at. So they was the ones with the money. Look at this birthday party.
Spoke of a dream he had that Asians must be expelled from Uganda immediately.
Asians came to Uganda to build the railway. The railway is finished. They must leave now. I give them 90 days to pack off and go. Asians have milked the cow, but not fed it. Africans are poor. Asians are rich.
He's saying Africans are poor. Asians are
rich. Right.
Look, she's got gold on her neck, all in her hair. Oh, come on. Are the Ugandans living like this? Mother, same thing.
They have been here for 70 years. But still
the man is
he said they was there for 70 years.
70 years.
Were the Ugandans living in the same way? That's what he was saying. He's not saying that every single one of them was bad, but at the same time, you guys are rich and we are natives here and we are not. That is a problem.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and I wasn't disputing that. I didn't get a chance to see what you pointed out this time around how they were living. But yeah, but even with that though, here's the thing, and I get that what you're saying, because she could have easily wrote them as poor Asians that still got expelled. She could have done that. That's true. But I think there's a level of pride, right? I think there's a level of pride that comes in that where they're saying, no, we were well off, but we deserve to be well off, and we should have been well off living in that country. You know what I'm saying? So
then move that same thing to America.
Correct. Right.
They were business owners in America. Look, when he started dating the daughter, they took all the jobs away from Denzel. Denzel had his own business. Denzel was a carpet cleaner. He had his own business cleaning carpets, and he was cleaning them at their hotels. They had the whole movie is about the fact that the Indians had the hotel industry, the hotel motel industry locked up.
And man, and to that point, listen, and you know, just how things get placed in your lap, and you see things, I guess, at the right moment. I can't remember exactly the exact number, so don't quote me because I didn't really look at it knowing where you were going. But very, very recently, because of the ICE raids, we've seen a number of 7-Elevens have to get shut down because of the illegal alien network that's holding it up, right? And so the same way in which the British brought those Ugandans in to be all that they were in Uganda is the same way the USA brings these buffer classes in and then props them up and funds them to be a buffer class against us, who they do not fund and do not prop up.
Absolutely. And so, and this is the problem. And it's not only done here. Come on. It's done in the Caribbean as well. Buffer classes over there. Everyone knows it. The thing is, you have to be able to spot it now. Okay. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Come on now. We have to be more, what's the word, politically savvy. We can't be letting people come over, you know what I'm saying, piss on our heads and tell us it's raining. And that's what my Mamdani is doing. I'm gonna always say his name wrong. You don't even deserve for me to say it. As his name is too much work to say, and he don't deserve that much work. So I'm gonna say it wrong every time. And anybody got a problem with it, I don't care. So the rest, let's keep going. Let's keep it going. So now all we did was talk about his mom. We an hour and 22 minutes in, we only talked about his mama. So you think I'm ready? We only talked about his mama. Let's talk about his daddy. Let's talk about his daddy. And now I gotta find the article. If I can't find it, we just gonna read it without it. So why do they give me a different title?
Yeah, while you're looking for that, just to kind of fill the space, I was last time I went to Jamaica. Yeah, this is something that's well known. You know, to the point where some of the Jamaican, the Afro Jamaican, like street vendors and things of that nature was telling me, like, hey, brother, when you go into this place or that place, you know, don't buy from here, don't buy from there, because even though you're going to see, you know, Afro Jamaicans working there, it's owned by the Indo Jamaicans. And, you know, it was pointing out all the areas in which the Indians owned and operated. And they were just saying, like, you know, like if, and so there's this idea, because, you know, when you talk to a lot of, especially the Boule Jamaicans, the Boule Afro Jamaicans, and definitely the Afro Jamaicans that they bring here, you know, there's this idea of what's their motto? Out of many, one, or some shit like that.
Yes.
And so they'll try to tell us that when we start pointing out the stuff that they should be aware of. But like I said, when I was there, they was pointing out to me, like, yo, don't take this tour, do this tour, because that one, you know, they've got control of that. And so, you know, when you go there, you understand, and they understand how these other groups are being used and weaponized against them. And what's ironic for us is that's why the delineation / disaggregation movement is so powerful, because all these other groups, including the Afro immigrants, are being weaponized in that same way against us in our political fights and our local neighborhoods and political strongholds of that nature. So it's like we have to guard against it on many fronts. And them using the Afro immigrants was just the latest iteration because we were able to catch on quicker than most when it was people of a different hue. So I'll be quiet while this is open because now the feedback is back because we on this screen.
Really? Even with, because this not even a video. Oh, but I know. Still the screen.
Yeah, so once that happens, I'll be quiet.
Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna so we're just gonna read a little bit about this article here. Let's see. You can see it a little better. Why does it look like this? There it is. Because that's why. All right. Well, look, I was trying to get it all in one shot. There we go. I guess that's as good as it's going to get. Okay. So we're going to get in a little bit about his dad. Okay. Oh boy. This type is small. I should have made it. All right. What was I thinking? I might need my glasses for this one. The father of New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani is facing backlash over a resurfaced book, which he referred to suicide bombers as a type of soldier. Okay. Mahmoud Mamdani, a 79-year-old professor of anthropology, political science, and African studies. Hold on. I know you saying African studies. What does he look like? Right there. Right there. That's the professor of African studies. Okay. At Columbia University. So I want y'all to remember that. Just keep that in your mind because we're going to get back to it. But I want you to think about who is getting the jobs for African studies at Columbia University. Because technically he is a what? African. Now, he wasn't born in Africa, but I guess he's qualified to speak on African studies because he lived in Uganda. So this whole, taking on or using Africa as a way to root yourself in America in African studies, because we all know what we think of when we think of African studies here in America. Mamdani's daddy is at the helm. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Yeah, I didn't think I had anything. Yeah, I just wanted to show you some more pictures. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, because that was the main reason I wanted to read this article. Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care about the rest of that stuff. They want to call him a Muslim. I'm not getting into all of that. I care about the black things. I care about the things. I care about using blackness and pretending and buffering and hopping on and grifting on blackness. So this is what I'm going to focus on. You can read the article. I'll put links to the article in the thing. You can read all about his Muslim ties and him talking about suicide bombers, but I don't care about that. I care about the fact that he was an African studies professor at Columbia University. So yeah, and I wanted you to see, I guess that's the book, right? Yeah, here we go. I just wanted you to see, the whole family. Okay, the whole family. All right. So that's his dad, right? So now his dad, I just want you to keep that in mind because we're gonna come back to that. The fact that his dad was at Columbia University. Okay. Now he immigrated to New York City. It says, in the bio here that he immigrated to New York City as a child. It says that he got here and he later graduated from Bowdoin College with a degree in Africana Studies. So it says he moved here as a child, and I was curious. Hold on, let me put Divine is back. Let me put it back on the screen. Hold on. So before we move on, what did you think about his dad being a professor of African studies at Columbia University?
So just to bring it back full circle to our advocacy work, this is kind of what, and I believe you're going to touch on this, I think, in regards to the reparations work here in New York. This is a great example of the failure of the terms African, Africana, African descent. And this is, one of the things that I think I put this on online a little while ago. When they say the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled was convincing people that he didn't exist, right? And I think the greatest trick that Pan-Africanism ever pulled was convincing us that Black and African were the same thing.
Right.
And so, because of that trick, we have been lending and giving our Black capital to a continent that has never had a universal identity based on being African or based on being racially Black or based on their melanin.
Right.
And so what we find when you see him, a daddy Mamdani, be able to go to Columbia and be a professor in African studies or Africana studies, it's 100% accurate. Because African just means an inhabitant or native of the continent of Africa. And so he is African. So is his son. So is Elon Musk.
Right.
So is all of the racially Black Africans and all of the non-racially Black Africans. They are all African. And so this is what we're finding, and we're seeing what I call one of the master's tools, because you have an Audre Lorde that says the master's tools will never be able to be used to dismantle the master's house. And race and these universal terms that they have pushed onto us that they told us meant race are the master's tools, and we are unraveling that in real time. And so in the word of of the new Black media, where they say white supremacists will always break its tools, understand that foundational Black Americans will always work to break the master's tools, and we're breaking one in real time.
And we breaking them right now. Okay, we on the wheel, on the rack. Right. Okay, so I wanted to know, how old was he when he moved to the United States, and I wanted to know what schools did he go to, right? And so it says that so I asked ChatGPT, and it says there is documented evidence that Mamdani attended Bank Street School for Children during his early years in New York City. A detailed critique published by the Catholic League explicitly states. Additionally, journalist Jada Wan confirmed on social media that Mamdani attended Bank Street tuition free, because that's a really high priced school. Let me see if a progressive private school in Manhattan known for its child-centering approach and emphasis on social justice and experimental Yes, experiential learning. Sorry, you know me and my eyes. And experiential learning. Okay, so here's the thing. He went to this elite institution, right? This an expensive institution based on his mom, because she was a filmmaker already at this. Remember now, Mississippi Masala was 1991. That's the year he was born. So he's 7 now. Okay. So, you know what, before we even get to that, because I forgot something. So when they get here, how did they get here? They got here, they both came here as professors. H-1B visas, I would assume, because they came as professors for universities. He came as a professor at Columbia, and she was also a professor at Columbia. You're muted. She's also a professor at Columbia. So they both came as professors. So that's how they were able to get citizenship, you know, whatever, entry into the country, because they came as Columbia University professors. So she was able, because of her Hollywood ties, she was able to finagle him getting into this school for free. So he went to school at 7 with the richest kids in New York City. He didn't go to PS, nothing.
That's right.
He didn't go to IS, nothing. He didn't even go to charter school, nothing. He went to, his parents made sure he went to the top institution in Manhattan with the white folks.
That's right.
All right now. So this is where his mind, his young 7-year-old mind, was shaped, with kids who will tease you if you don't have the same money that they got. Oh, come on now. We all know how rich white kids are when they in school, and you over here with a scholarship and you ain't white.
That's true.
What they calling you in school? Huh? He got called all the, and then he from Africa too. I can only imagine the name. So I submit that his hate for billionaires is not really a hate for billionaires. It's really like his childhood hatred of, you know, his head probably being swirled in the toilet or something. I don't freaking know. You know what I'm saying? Like just being teased by white folks, you know what I'm saying? When you in that type of environment and you don't got that type of money. They not
very,
kind.
very true.
They are not kind.
What year did they get here? Did you find that out? What year did the parents get here?
No, I didn't, but he was born in 91 and he was there 7, so 98.
Right, because I know he was born in Uganda.
Right, he was born in 91. He got here and he was 7.
Oh, he got to America at 7.
At 7.
And so because she didn't, you said the movie came out in 91, right?
In 91, the year he was born.
But he was born in Uganda, correct?
Yeah.
Am I right on that?
Yeah.
So how the hell did she get a movie done in America did she get here before? No, she couldn't, because she had to have him. It's not like I'm trying to see what the timeline is, right? Because the movie comes out in 91, which means they had to been filming it before that.
Right.
So was
maybe
she doing
was just here by herself.
But then went back to Uganda to have him? Yeah, that's an interesting timeline. We
It
gotta
is a
take.
very interesting
Yeah,
timeline.
yeah, because the movie comes out in '91. You know, I mean, she could have directed it from there, but I'm just trying to think. But go ahead. Anyway, continue. We do know that he went to this Bank Street school, tuition free.
Right. They got this. They said they got here at 7. So looks like you might have found some holes in his bio.
Yeah, that's one that I'm interested because I know that's what that was his biggest thing, right? When he was, doing his little speech inside the assembly when we were doing the reparations advocacy, he was saying,
Oh,
"Yeah,
we're gonna
I'm
get
of
to that.
African descent." Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because it's like you say that, that means you. I wonder if does his official bio say he was born in Uganda? Because I'm pretty sure he said that.
I
I'm pretty
believe
sure I heard
so.
that.
This is from his website. Yes. Mamdani was born and raised in Kampala, Uganda, moving to New York City with his family at the age of 7. This is from his official website.
Right, 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 right.
And a
So yeah, so
graduate
how
of
did?
the New York public school system.
Hold on, wait, right, right, wait, exactly. You didn't. He
I
didn't go
guess
to
a
public school.
private school is still part of the technically a
Mm.
private school is still part of the public school
How can private be
system.
public? How can private be public? We got
Be
to see what the.
that is true.
Yeah, how can that even be?
Well, maybe a different school. No, because he went there on the
He
west side.
did he go there for what year to what year?
That part they not getting into all that. Come on now.
Right, yeah, they didn't, yeah. So I'm
I
pretty
ain't
sure,
not getting
but
in.
it
I wasn't getting specific. I barely got that.
right,
I
they
had to
probably what
figure.
right, right. If he went there, that's what they're probably talking about. He probably went to public, either maybe a public middle school or a
Oh,
public
he
high
went to
school.
Bronx Science.
Right, that's what it is. There we go. Right.
He
So
went to
that's
Bronx
that.
Science. That's
Right.
what it was. He went to
There
Bronx
we
Science.
go.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Right, because
Hmm.
that's what they'll do. They'll forget about that. They'll forget about that private school in the beginning and say, no, but
Right.
I went
I
to
got
public
him into
school.
Bronx Science.
Right, right, exactly. Yep.
Exactly. And then I wonder, even in Bronx Science, did he take up a black seat with his African
Well,
self?
with the weight, so and that he's in the '90s. I think it's still
Because
like that today. So with those schools, right? So there is no seat. What it is, it's based on your test scores. So you have to
right,
take a
no, but
test to get in there.
there's there's more of there's something like an affirmative action, something going on with the
Oh,
test
okay.
as well, because I remember the Chinese were so what they're saying is here's the problem. It is on the test scores, right?
Right.
So you're right about that, but let me explain what I mean. So, and I've done because I've done extensive videos about it because this is a topic that's very, very close to my heart. Kids, children's schools are very, very close to my heart. So, what happens is and we're going to talk about that a little bit about that as well. But back like in the 60s, where we were fighting New York City to have equal opportunities in education,
Hmm.
we established that the best way to get into these schools to make it uh 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 unbiased is to have a test. And so what the argument is that they have now, in my opinion, perfected the test to keep you out unless you have extra text prepped, which costs thousands of dollars.
Hmm.
So if you don't have the test, so what the argument is that they have made the test racially biased as a result of making the test so hard to that a normal public school child could not, you know what I'm
Right.
saying, pass, and that you
Hmm.
have to have this extra help. So the Chinese were fighting back heavily on that because they were saying, oh, you know what I'm saying, now that, and I remember the quote directly, now that the test is allowing one too many Chinese, you want to change the rules. And my argument was that no, that the test was never designed for you in the first place. The test was designed so that we could have equal opportunities, and it is now unequal. Therefore, the test is not accomplishing the goal that it was supposed to be set out for, even though, you know, I feel that it is accomplished. You get what I'm saying? Like the
Hmm.
underhanded goal was for this to be what it is. But this is not what we fought for. You were not even here at the time we was fighting for this test, at the time when we was doing what we need to do. So no wonder you don't know the history on why the test was enacted in the first place. So that's my long reason of why it's still racially biased, even though it's not supposed to be racially biased.
Interesting. Yeah, because I took that test, so I'm just trying to see. You know, I know, like I said, it wasn't. I mean, right? So good. That's another story.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, my cousins and yeah.
Yeah.
I know a few black people who went to the schools and they were like meatballs and rice.
No, without question. I made
Right.
it in. Yeah, so I understand. Yeah,
So
that's my entire story here in New York about being the minority, a quote unquote minority amongst the minority, because there weren't many, you know, and this is obviously before my time of, you know, getting involved with this type of work. You know, I'm a youngin', I didn't understand what all that meant, but I was, black Americans were the minority of the quote unquote black students that went to my high school.
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like, and so, you know, to the point where, like I said, I've told this story before. It was me and two other students. We deemed ourselves Team R&B, and R&B stood for regular black, because everybody else was like some
Something
offshoot
else.
of black.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Once we started understanding who they were, how they spoke, what they ate, you know, different customs, we were like, hold on, nah, we the regular blacks. Like, we here, like we just black, you know, like they diet Coke, you know what I'm saying? We Coke classic, you know what I'm saying? They like the one with vanilla in it. They cherry Coke and shit. And we like, nah, we just
all the different
we the classic. You know, we the regular Coke. So we was just like regular black. And so you know, but now, you know, go ahead. I get off my soapbox on that.
I just wanted to read this last part here. The fact that additionally, journalist Jada Wan confirmed on social media that Mamdani's attended Bank Street tuition free thanks to his mother's position as a professor at Columbia University. This aligns with his upbringing on the Upper West Side.
And he lived on the Upper West Side. That ain't, listen, we know who live up there.
Talking to people in East Flatbush like he know us and everything, but you from the Upper West Side. So east of Flatbushians, don't be fooled. He is an Upper West Sidean. Shit, he ain't from Brooklyn. He's slumming.
Real talk.
Adds nuance to discussions about privilege and access in his personal narrative. Okay, let's move on. Right, so we didn't find out his mom and his dad are both professors at Columbia University.
Yes.
That is how he was able to go to these prestigious institutions that gave him the leg up so he could attend Bronx Science and then say that he went to public school. And now we are going to... Oh, I had this all written out already. That's very good of me. Yeah, he went to Bronx High School of Science, one of New York City's public, blah, 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 blah. Okay, now we're going to start getting into some more tea, okay? Some more tea. All right, hold on now. Let's bring up this article. Here we go. There we go. Bring it up. You know, we had to slow walk this dog, okay? We had to slow walk this dog.
Knew we had to get here.
All right.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing the feedback. Let me
So Mamdani identified as Asian and African American on his college application. Okay. As he runs for mayor of New York City, Mamdani has made his identity as a Muslim immigrant and of South Asian descent a key part of his appeal. But as a high school senior in 2009, Mr. Mamdani, the Democratic nominee, claimed another label when he applied to Columbia University. Asked to identify his race, he checked a box that he was Asian, but also Black or African American. According to internal data derived from a hack of Columbia University that was shared with the New York Times, Columbia, like many elite universities, used a race-conscious affirmative actions admission program at the time. Reporting his race was Black or African American in addition to Asian could have given him an advantage to Mr. Mamdani, who was born in Uganda and spent his earliest years there. In an interview on Thursday, Mr. Mamdani said he did not consider himself either Black or African American, but rather an American who was born in Africa. He said his answers on the college application were an attempt to represent his complex background, given the limited choices before him, not to gain an upper hand on the admissions process. He was not accepted to Columbia. Did y'all hear me? He was not accepted to Columbia. He lied to Columbia. Did y'all remember that his mama worked at Columbia? Did y'all forget that his daddy worked at Columbia? How the hell did you get rejected from Columbia? I'm like, yo, your grades, I don't know what you was doing in Bronx Science, but you must have been pooping around, because how in the hell did you not get into Columbia and your mom and your dad worked there? See, I submit to you. Let me make us bigger. I submit to you that he mad. He mad that, you know what I'm saying, that he couldn't get into the school that he wanted to get into using, checking all the boxes that he could check. Because if there was more boxes he could have checked, because this is about him using whatever. It just so happened that it was Black this time, but he gonna use whatever he could use to try to, you know what I'm saying, to get to the top, including Caribbeans in East Flatbush, including gays when his mama is sitting there over there taking money from people who will chop your head off and burn your genitals. He is sitting there, and so he's got all of these other things, but he's telling you he will say whatever. He will do whatever it takes to get to the top. I'll be Black, I'll be Asian, I'll be Indian. What?
Yeah, man, it's just, but it goes to exactly what we were talking about when we were watching the, we're talking about the movie clip, and just the thought process, the mindset of the dad in that scene. And you have somebody that came here from some place where they knew they were the buffer class, knew the difference very well between themselves and those that they were put above as the buffer class. And so, since that has come out, sounding about white, those white liberals of what I call blue MAGA, because there's a red MAGA, but what we found after that 2024 election, there is a blue MAGA that act just like red MAGA. They're just the blue version. And so we've seen Blue MAGA attempt to rationalize and make excuses for why Mamdani really is an African American.
Mm-hmm.
And again, in my opinion, going towards and highlighting the failure of that term and why we are in the situation we are in with the reparations task force and every other fight to get us the remedial justice and the lineage based policies that our families have earned since emancipation. Like, this is what we're dealing with when we're talking about these terms that white supremacy has used to trip us up and to force team us with those that we should not be force teamed with. And so this is where we're at currently. And like I said, for them to even take on such an egregious task to say, no, no, he really is African American, and there's nothing wrong with that. That, as they say in our true homeland of the South, that dog don't hunt, because we know who his parents are. We know that they worked at the school that he was trying to get into, Columbia University. We know that they were in Africana studies, which clearly understands the difference between an African American and an Asian and a South Asian. And you're on mute, Sister Brooke. You're muted, Brooke. You're muted. You're on mute. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I
Oh,
said
I'm sorry.
we just talking about you. I said we just talking about him applying to school. We ain't talking about what he studied in school yet.
Right. But his
We just
parents
talking
did.
about him, right?
Right.
We going on the
Yeah.
timeline here. We just talking about what he applied. We ain't talking about what he studied in school, but we gonna get into
Right.
that too.
Yeah. I'm just talking about what his dad taught. So he comes
Right.
from a household
That's
that
right.
knew the difference.
That's
You understand what
right.
I'm saying? And in every household that I know of, the parents assist the children in filling out those forms for college. At least in my household, we did.
Yeah.
And so for them to be, it's beyond the pale to believe that two professors did not help him apply to the schools that he applied to. And
Mm-hmm.
so you have a situation in which you have these East Indian Ugandans
Mm-hmm.
feeling slighted for being kicked out of a country for not being quote unquote Black Ugandans,
We gonna touch on that.
coming to a country to say, hey, you know what? Based on how they did us in Uganda, whatever we got to do here to get a leg up and to keep a leg up, we're going to do.
That's right.
And
That's
that's what they
right.
did. And that's what he's doing.
That's right. So okay, we're gonna finish reading. In an interview on Thursday, Mr. Mamdani said, the 33 said he did not consider himself Black or African American, but rather an African who was born in Africa, an American who was born in Africa. He said his answers on the college applications were, did I read this part already? He said his answers on the college application were an attempt to represent his complex background, given the limited choices before him, not to gain an upper hand in the admissions process. He was not accepted to Columbia. Now, I want you to just remember the fact that he was not admitted into Columbia, the school his parents taught at. Most college applications don't have a box for Indian Ugandans. So I checked multiple boxes trying to capture the fullness of my background, said Mr. Mamdani, the state lawmaker from Queens. The application allowed students to provide more specific information where relevant. And Mr. Mamdani said he wrote in Ugandan. Even though those boxes are constraining, I wanted my college application to reflect who I was, he said. While neither Mr. Mamdani nor Columbia University could provide the template for the application form for that the college used at the time, a copy was archived online. Mr. Mamdani said he filled all of his college applications in the same way. The Times could not find any speeches or interviews in which Mamdani referred to himself as Black or African American. And Mr. Mamdani said the college applications were the only instances where he could recall describing himself as such. And I submit to you that he described himself as such because he thought that it was going to help him get a leg up. And once he realized that he wasn't going to get a leg up, he stopped doing it. Okay? So I wanted to also read this part. Mr. Mamdani's father was a professor at Columbia at the time. His son applied to college and remains so now. So he is still a professor of African studies at Columbia. Okay. Mr. Mamdani said he never really wanted to go to a university where his father was the professor. That's why he lied to get in there. Sound like sour grapes to me. He didn't want to go to the school where his father was the professor and wound up attending Bowdoin College in Maine, where he majored in Africana studies. Okay. So now I just wanted to show just a piece of this other article really quick. I know you're probably chomping at the bit over there. Hold on. I just want to show you a piece of this article really, really fast. Let me put the article quick on the screen. Join Mamdani. Albany record. Here we go. How did it make me big? What? Why you won't make the information big? Anyway, okay, let me figure this part out first. Let me see. Here it is. Okay. There we go. Okay. So I just want to read a little piece of this article, but I did want you to know what I was. Ooh. I did something that made the computer go crazy. Okay. All right. I just wanted you to know where I was reading from. Right? So one of the things that he wanted to do in one of the things in Albany that he tried to do is he wanted to ban legacy admissions. I just thought that was hilarious. The fact that his mom used her connections to get him into school when he was 7 years old, getting into a private institution in Manhattan on the Upper West Side. And then because this is why I tell you that I have the feeling that once I started finding out more and more, this is why I have the feeling that a lot of his I hate billionaires situation, on top of like making it sound good, is that he's like really like upset about the things that happened to him, like and like I said, there are no stories or anything like that I found that or I read about his being picked on when he was in school. But let me tell you something. There's some things that just don't change. Rich white children is one of them. And now not all of them, I'm sure, are like that. But rich white children are mean. And you're there on a scholarship, they're going to treat you a certain way. Like you're the help. They're going to talk to you like you the help. They're going to treat you like you the help. And then you can't spend money like how they can spend money. Oh, they're going to let you know. So, and then put that on top of the fact that, he wanted to get into Columbia and they said no, even though both his parents worked there. So now he wants to ban legacy admissions at colleges and universities, and I'm not against that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against it or for it. To be honest, I'm not against or for it. I don't really care, right? But I just think that that's really interesting that, you know what I'm saying, because it didn't work for you, you now want to ban it. So and that was just an interesting part. Let me just read this one other part of this article, and we're going to go back to the other one. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so that was it. That was it in that article. That was it. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the other one, which was that he identified as an African American on his college application. Okay. So we went down, so before I go forward, let me give you a chance, because I said a lot there. Let me give you a chance to comment on. Okay, all right, keep going. Okay. All right, so let's see. I was going down to where I was reading. Oh no, we're not doing that. I forgot. We're leaving it here. Mr. Mamdani was born in Kampala, Uganda, to Mira Nair, an acclaimed film director who grew up in India and later immigrated to the United States after Mahmoud Mamdani, then a college professor at Macquarie University. Both his parents are of Indian descent, but his father's family came to East Africa more than 100 years ago, Mr. Mamdani said. When asked if any of his family had intermarried while in East Africa, he said in the interview on Thursday, they are all of Indian origin from Gujarat. I think that's how you say that. I don't know. So I find that interesting, that even in the movie, they kept, talking about how they didn't intermarry. And I don't know if we have that as a problem. Like, as foundational Black Americans, we don't really care about that part. I don't, like maybe in that movie y'all had Denzel caring for, for a check or, for this movie, but I don't really care if you stay within your own or not. The part that is problem is the fact that y'all had all the resources. Marry who you want. Procreate with who you want. Y'all was snatching up the resources. That's the problem. People who focus on marriage, I'm confused about that. You worried about the wrong thing, in my opinion. His family moved to New York City around the time Mahmoud Mamdani joined Columbia faculty in 1999. At the time of the move, Mr. Mamdani was 7. He was naturalized as a U.S. citizen in 2018 and now is a dual citizen. A dual citizen of the United States and Uganda. I think that it should be illegal for anybody with dual citizenship to be in political positions. It's absolutely contradictory to the country. How can you be a political leader and have dual allegiances? It does not make sense. My brain does not compute. I'm gonna put this down because I'm sure Brother Savon has some things he would like to say before I continue with the article.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think going back to what you said, I wanted to definitely speak on the you were saying if somebody is focused on the marriage part, then you feel like they're focused on the wrong thing. And I will push back a little bit on that and say, no, those are one and the same, because marriage is political. And so what we see is exactly what you highlighted, but marriage is a huge part of that. And so when you say they had the resources and were hoarding it, That's what marriage does. Marriage keeps the resources in the families that you choose to marry and engage with. And when you have a Mamdani family that came there and they said about, been there for 100 years, and not one of them married outside of their group, that shows you, and it is an indication of what they were doing with the resources as well. And so that's the reason why you have an Idi Amin making the decisions and the calculus that he's making, because for generations, for a century in this family's case, they were taking Ugandan resources and keeping them in the hands of East Indians that came, but were still probably at that time going back and forth, dealing with other East Indian families and keeping those resources and passing them down and having the benefits compound interest for those Indo-Ugandans. And while at the same time passing down an accrued marginalization for the actual Ugandans that were native to the country at that same time. And so that is the power of using marriage as a political tool. And to the second point that you made about dual citizenship, we already see what happens when you have a dual allegiance just based on who your mom and or your dad is, if they are different races or different ethnic groups. So we will be absolutely insane to believe that there's not a level of conflict of interest that comes when somebody has dual allegiances to two different countries that have a political relationship and jockey for political positioning and possibly even a hierarchy, that you have citizenship in both of. As a person of authority and power in a political position in one of the countries that you are in. And God forbid, what if you have a political position in both the countries? You are dual citizens, and it's a cluster flop to even begin to try to decipher and to break down. And for all those reasons, I would have to wholeheartedly agree with you that to have someone with dual allegiances being able to hold office, I mean, conflict of interest is an understatement. And that is kind of what happens, though, when you have immigrant Americans get into positions of power. These are the people that write the laws and influence, the bills that become law. So you have immigrant Americans making laws to enable immigrant Americans to have dual citizenship and to be able to hold positions of power, while at the same time, the same way they did in Uganda, using that political power and influence to keep the class of people that you have been put over as the buffer class, to keep them in the position that they are in. That is, it's all connected. And to act like it's not is a dereliction of duty. And that's one of the reasons why, it looks like we are, it's Black Americans versus everybody. And that is the case because everybody has been brought in to be a buffer class above us. So it's essentially, even when they are not being malicious with their intent, because justice is on the other side of all the buffer classes, that's why it appears to be us versus everybody. Because if you're not with us, you are against us.
Right. And here's what I'll say about the marriage part. This is why I said what I said about the marriage part, because now I'm not an expert, right? Because I was not born in the Caribbean. But in the Caribbean, there's a lot of racial mixing between the Indians and the Black people. and it is not making the Black people better. It is not giving them more money. It is not giving them more political influence. It is not giving them anything. And they have been race mixing for years. There's some people you don't even know. It's so mixed. You don't know where's more Black, more Indian, more, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm thinking of a particular, there's a few islands, you know what I'm saying? Where, like I said, that intermarrying, where the Indians did intermarry, and the buffer class is still the buffer class. So
go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I'll just say that, to me, sometimes it seems more about, people like, like Mississippi Masala. Like it was basically about, I want to get with this girl. I want to date out of my race. I want to get with this girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna let me. I'm gonna fight tooth and nail. And so when I hear that, and I know what I know as far as like how the race mixing is going in other countries, we don't need to mix when it comes to that part. Because I've seen that you guys intermarrying or having kids or baby mamas and baby daddies, I don't freaking know. It's not making the Black people on the island more successful.
So I would disagree with that, and here's why. This is what I'm saying. So this is, I don't want to have two different conversations. So as far as saying want to or need to or we should, that's not the argument that I'm making. The argument that I'm making is that when we see a family like the Mamdanis and whatever their name has been for generations, when he says and touts, like in the movie, no, we've been here for hundreds of years and we've never married outside of our race or outside of our people group. What we find is, and this is across all boards, you even find that here in America too, the elite of a group are almost always the most race loyal of that group.
Right.
And so what I'm saying is that, to push back on what you just said, my argument was that the elite of the elites don't race mix so that they continue to pass it down amongst their people, right? That's one. Two, the little bit of pushback I'll give you based on what you said is, for instance, and like you said, in the Caribbean. So in the Caribbean, where you do have some of the more established non-Black families intermix or procreate with some of the Afro groups of that island, that particular family, if not that particular person, that was the one that they chose to intermingle with and or procreate with, that does increase the standard of living for that one person and their family.
That one person,
right?
But not
right.
the
Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. It does increase it for that one person. So there is an increase for, quote unquote, the Black people of that particular group. That particular group meaning that family. Now, what we do find, and more so what the point that you're making, what I wholeheartedly agree is, and this again, it's the same thing that happens here in the States, when you have larger amounts of quote unquote race mixing or ethnic group mixing, it is the lower end of that ethnic group mating with the lower end of the other ethnic group, or the lower end of that race intermixing with the other lower end of the other race, right? And so what I mean by that is, when you even have here in New York, where you have those Latinos and Hispanics that are like, we grew up together. It's never like, we grew up together and we both were middle class, or we grew up together and we all went to these specialized schools. It's we all grew up together in the hood, right? We were going to the same parties. We were sitting outside drinking together. It's always a level of degeneracy that bonds these particular groups. And that's where you find the most interracial or interethnic mixing. And so that's, to your point, I agree. So when it's that level, no, there's going to be no increase, but it's because they're on the lower end too. But when you have the groups that are on the elite of those groups, very rarely do they intermix. And if they do, than they did if they are from the higher caste. They did increase the standard of living for that one person or their immediate family. So that's the only nuance I want to add.
I think we're speaking on two different parts, but we're saying close to the same thing.
Right, I agree.
Because I just feel like it's a 5,000-year-old genie trick to me, because that's the way it ends up being. Exactly what you said is exactly how it ends up being. So I don't even want to fucking talk about mixing.
Yeah.
Because it'll never mix in a way that it helps the collective. So I don't even want to talk
Oh
about
yeah,
mixing.
no,
Take that shit
no,
off the table. Stay with your
no, no,
own. I
no.
don't even care. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. And I do feel like sometimes, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to other minority groups, or you know what I'm saying, other people of color or whatever, they tend to feel that when somebody wants to have sex with you, that they love you, that they want the best for you, that they, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
and that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, you sitting there talking about, oh, you want to get married to them, get married. Bump the marriage. Where's the money? You know what I mean? Like, and so that's more of what I meant, because I definitely feel like the people be like, oh well, you know what I'm saying, they have a baby by such and such, that means that they're not racist. No.
Yeah, no one's saying. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
That's definitely not the
So
case.
that's why I say I think we're saying the same things, just on different levels. Like, I'm just like, nah, forget all of it.
Right.
I don't even
But
want to
again,
talk
I'm not.
about
But
it. I was
right. Okay.
like, you know, like, because it's exactly how you said. It always turns out to be the lower of the, you know what I'm saying, of the two groups coming together, and the hires
Yeah.
keep all the money. So it does not help
Yes.
the collective of any place, no matter where it be.
No.
You know what I'm saying, or where it is.
No. Not at all.
Okay. So yeah, back to the article, like, because we're not even finished with this article yet. Hold on. Okay. Dual citizenship. That's where we ended off at. While Mr. Mamdani foregrounded economic issues during his campaign, his pains to court voters of South Asian background. All right, let me rephrase that. I didn't say that right. While Mr. Mamdani foregrounded economic issues during his campaign, he took pains to court voters of South Asian background. He released campaign videos in Urdu and Bangla, hope I'm saying that right, and occasionally appeared in a kurta, the long collarless shirt worn by South Asian men and women. On his official state assembly page, he touts his status as the first South Asian man and first Ugandan to serve in the New York State Assembly. In campaign events with predominantly Black audiences, Mr. Mamdani has stressed his African roots and his father's activism in the American civil rights movement when he was a student. What civil rights movement? He got here in the 90s. You on mute. I'm about to take it down. What civil rights movement?
Right. That don't make no goddamn sense. What is he talking about? But also too, and this is kind of this is how I was looking at a TikTok early, either yesterday or the day before, and you had this Afro Caribbean talking about Black, and then it was matter of fact, it was street interviews. It was a TikTok about street interviews during the West Indian Day parade, and they were talking about ICE, and she was saying, yeah, because how dare they come in and do what they're doing here, and it's similar to what was done with the slave patrols and how they was checking our papers, and it's like, hold on, you Afro Caribbean, that wasn't happening to your families. Y'all didn't get here till in mass numbers till after 1965. Y'all were not here when the slave patrols were doing what they did to the formerly enslaved Black American citizens. And you want to conflate that with illegal aliens. in present day. And so I'm bringing it up to say, when you see a Mamdani put on his profile, his bio, the first Ugandan, even though we know now that there are non-melanated Ugandans or non-Black or non-Afro Ugandans, however you want to say it. When you say first Ugandan, that invokes something because of what Ugandans historically and traditionally look like. It will be the same way if my family adopted somebody else. They came into our home and, you know, we loved on them and they became a prince. And they're like, hey, this adopted child is the first prince to do X, Y, and Z. Technically, you're a prince, right? But my mama didn't push you out. You're not from the loins of my dad. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we got to keep getting real granular with this thing. And so what you have are these people that come in and co-opt, going back to the term, and they tether onto these identities. And then they promote it as if it is them. And then the power structure, that same power structure that his mom said she speaks truth to, takes this East Asian Ugandan and says, look, racism and white supremacy is dead because, look, we have a Ugandan in the New York State Assembly, and it's really an East Indian.
And
go ahead.
No, pardon. I told you.
Go.
I wonder how Ugandans feel about that.
Come on.
Because here you are, and this Indian Asian is representing your country, the land of your birth, the land of your blood. How does that make you feel? Do you feel like the Jamaicans feel, out of one many? I don't know if you feel that way, but you know, I would think that would not sit right with the Ugandans because they kicked them out in the first place.
Come on.
I would think they would not be okay with being represented by you because they did not even want you there. Now you going all over the world telling everybody I am a Ugandan. No, Uganda, the whole country said no, you are not.
And I got a question too. When was that? Because I'm just learning about it tonight, you know, so I'm not afraid to admit my ignorance. When did that go down with Idi Amin?
What year? Oh, that's a good question. Let me look it up. Let me look it up on my phone. I'm not even going to try to mess with this computer before I mess around and touch something I ain't supposed to touch.
Because that's, you know, I know his name, so it had to be recent history because they have been slandering him. I remember that name growing up.
Right, I definitely remember the name.
So I do know it had to be, you know, rather recently. I don't know if it was in the 60s or 70s. It got to be, I want to say 80s or 90s. But I'll wait for the date to make my next statement.
Late 80s, early 90s, because remember he came in 91. I mean, he was born in 91.
He was born in 91. So, but he was still, remember, he's still there, right?
Still there, right? So that's what I'm saying.
To see
like,
what it,
late
when
80s,
it happened.
early 90s.
Yeah, let's see when it happened.
Idi Amin, rule. I don't know. That's not the word I'm looking for, but from 1971 to 1979.
See, so now my question is, right, so that's what I thought. So my question is, if he made, I mean, obviously there's a period in time, you don't make it and the next day it starts happening. So there was definitely a process. My thing is, he not only, so 20 years later, he's still born. I think they said at some time, some people came back. Remember in the video, they were saying some people came back and people didn't. So I wonder if his family was one of the ones that left and came back or didn't have to leave. Because the bottom line is, after Idi Amin says what he says, and some of them do have to leave, Mamdani is still born there.
Right.
Lives there up until at least 5 or 6 because he goes to school
Or
here at
so he
7.
says.
Right. But also he still, what we do know is true, is that he still has dual citizenship.
That is true.
So now the question is how? If that happened and they had to leave, how is he able to have citizenship in Uganda at all? So that's something I definitely want to look up now that I'm learning about this this
Well, yeah,
timeline.
I definitely say that information, like why they necessarily move. It says that they moved because they got these, professorships at
Right.
Columbia. So it doesn't really say that he moved because he was exiled.
Correct. That's true too. That's right. That is true.
So, I was just lending letting people know what the climate is
Climate was right. That's right.
in Uganda
That's right.
from the place that he moved from, because he keeps saying, "Oh, I'm African, I'm African, I'm African." But yeah, in Africa, they didn't want your ass there.
Mm-hmm.
They did not, to the point where they exiled y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, it was a little bit before him. So yeah, and I guess he ended up his family either maybe they didn't leave.
Right.
Maybe they stayed. That part I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up as well. I would definitely want to look that up to know.
That I will say I'm not too sure about that part.
Shout out to Dr. Randy Short.
Yes, and he gave me books, but I couldn't read all the books in time for the
Yeah, right.
for the live. So, but then the books were more about the climate at that time and not necessarily how Mamdani, moved from here to there to there to there to here. Okay, so let's go back to the article and finish this up. This article, at least. Let's see. I told you this toggling is kicking my butt. Okay, so maybe if I turn. No, let me just leave it. I was born. Did I read that part? Yes. 100 years ago, Garat. Yes. Here it is. In campaign events with predominantly Black audiences, Mr. Mamdani has stressed his African roots and his father's activism in the American civil rights movement when he was a student. "I was born in Kampala, Uganda, in East Africa," he said in June during a speech at Reverend Al Sharpton's organization, the National Action Network. Surprise, surprise. That he would be down with Al Sharpton, the Pan-African. I was given my middle name Kwame by my father, who named me after the first prime minister of Ghana. And decades ago in Uganda, we won our independence from the British in 1962. During the primary, Mamdani struggled to make inroads with Black voters, with former Governor Andrew Cuomo carrying majority of Black neighborhoods in the first round by voting 18 points. Black voters represent an essential part of the coalition that Adams is trying to rebuild going into November in the general election. On Thursday night, Mr. Adams, I don't even want to get into all of the back and forth that they've been having. After Mamdani was elected to New York State Assembly in 2020, he continued to grapple with the issue of racial identity, successfully co-sponsoring legislation that required that when the state collects demographic data, it include categories for New Yorkers of Middle Eastern and North African descent. All right. Go. I already know.
Yeah, I think so if you're speaking directly towards that, that's kind of where we're at. Like we're right in the middle of the fight. I know we don't want to get into the whole thing with Adams and all that other bullshit, but or really Sharpton. But something I thought about when he started talking about that weed shit, like, and what was going on in Uganda, See, that's the part of the game that people get mixed up on and what was going on. I put another tweet I put up a long time ago now, when people were talking about black and the black identity. It's like, and people try to consistently say that, oh no, it's a shared identity and all these other groups identify with it. But what we're finding is that Black Americans are the only group that don't have non-Black Americans that can identify as our group. And so you can have white Africans, you can have white Caribbeans, you can have white Latinos. You can't have white Black Americans. It don't make no sense. It doesn't work. And so I'm saying that to say that is the same trick bag that he played on that application is the same trick bag that they tried to play with Kamala and her dad. Because the same way in which the British brought Indians into Uganda, a country they colonized, is the same way they brought East Indians into Jamaica, another country that they colonized, to be the buffer class. And that is who Kamala's dad is, an East Indian Jamaican that was brought in. Right. Well, they married. Right. He's Irish because his family. Right. Exactly. Because they brought in the Irish as well. His family, before they made him, married into those Irish slave owners. And so, because of these nuances and the way in which people try to Americanize, and more specifically, Americanize the Black American struggle, they hear enslaved and think, oh yeah, her family was the enslaved. It's like, no, the Irish weren't enslaved in Jamaica. Neither were the East Indians. Now, they were brought in as indentured servants, but they were not on the same level because no one was on the same level as the formerly enslaved or as the enslaved at that time. So you have a Donald Harris who is the product of East Indian indentured servants and the Irish enslaver class. And so, was there some possible admixture here and there with maybe some of the enslaved and things of that nature? That's possible, but that does not make him an Afro-Jamaican in the way in which they try to make it to give Kamala blackness. Mm-hmm. So I'm saying that to say these are the stories that require nuance, and we have to fight for that nuance. Because as they just stated in that article, you have him jockeying and advocating for identity for the MENA group, the Middle Eastern North Africans.
Yep.
When he gets in 2020, but also at the same time, he's also, again, because he's South Asian, he's a part of that AAPI community that also received received delineation and disaggregation because it's at the data level. So disaggregation in their bill in 2021. So this is kind of where we're at, where we have these people, and again, I say this all the time, immigrant politicians are going to fight for immigrant constituents. We have to be the candidates and or force the Black American candidates and politicians to fight for their Black American constituency because no one else will. Mm-hmm. And what we're finding at this point in time is that we have to advocate for that because none of them are willing to do it willingly without us putting the pressure on them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you said it beautifully. I don't think I even have to say anything else. Like, I had a note. Yeah, what was it? Yeah, I said that already. Okay, so now we're gonna move along, and we were talking about the fact that he studied Africana studies. Right. That was his major in school. And I just wanted to understand exactly what was meant by that. Hold on a second. I just want to make sure I get this right. Yeah, I got it right. Because it's not giving me what I asked for. Here we go. See, and it's saying African studies, but I guess that's the same thing. Here we go. What's the difference? Africana studies is a comprehensive interdisciplinary field that examines histories, cultures, and societies of people of African descent across the globe, including Africa and the diaspora. In contrast, African studies typically focus on the continent of Africa itself, but the term African studies can also be used more broadly and less precisely than Africana studies. So he studied the diaspora. His father studied the continent, or his father's field of study was the continent, and his field of study was the African diaspora. And to me, that is really important because it really gets into okay, great, because I had this next video. It really gets into what does he know? You know, everybody always want to claim ignorance. You know, I did not know, I wasn't aware, I didn't understand, I didn't believe, blah blah blah. He can't claim none of this. So when he's sitting there and he's claiming to be black and he's playing blackness and catering and tap dancing around blackness, he knows what he's doing because he studied this. He knows what he's doing. And
100.
so, you know, and this is where we're going to get into the next video. Thank God you came at this time, because now we're about to get into this. Oh.
Mr. Mamdani. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
So this is Mamdani. He is talking before the New York he's talking before the New York State Assembly about reparations before the commission was the commission. Am I correct in this, Mr. President? So let's just hit play. Let him do the talking.
To explain my vote, I didn't plan on speaking today, but I rise to respond to some of the questions that have been brought up by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I have heard concerns about the question of whether African descent is too broad, and what if someone like Elon Musk could qualify for such reparations. We need not look further than this own house. My grandfather's family came to Lamu in Kenya in 1890. My grandmother's family came to Zanzibar in 1890. I was born a son of the Ugandan soil in Nsambya Hospital in Kampala in 1991. I am of African descent, and I am not black, and that is not a surprise to any one of us here. And I am not eligible for any kind of reparations tied to the harms of slavery. And I trust that the Commission would find that same determination, because who is better at determining blackness than the United States government? Because it is that government that determined it from the inception of this country, through Jim Crow, up until this point, to deny political, social, and economic rights to black Americans at every single juncture. There was no problem with it for many throughout the duration of that time, and yet now when it comes to the question of reparations, everyone is concerned. I've also heard the question of why shouldn't the minority, which has never sounded like any minority I've met in my life, be given the ability to appoint members to this commission. The Republican Party is in full embrace of Donald Trump, a man who referred to many of the places, that enslaved New Yorkers came from as shithole countries. So why should that same party be able to
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
I do not understand why that is so objectionable. Do you not support that man who has said these things?
Mr. Goodell, why do you rise?
Would you remind the Speaker, if he would please, to focus his discussion on the bill that's in front of us as opposed to unrelated political comments that are inaccurate or derogatory. Thank you.
Staying on the bill in chief. Thank you.
Expression of gratitude for the sponsor today, for fighting to bring this legislation to this point, for the sponsor that preceded her, for originating this legislation, and for all those of my colleagues who have suffered through the indignities of slavery and its history in this country, and who are here today to lead us to a future where we reckon with it, rectify those same injustices, and we move forward to a New York for every single person. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mamdani, in the affirmative.
Lord, I was having all kind of difficulties. Okay, the fact that it's like sharing the whole screen is an issue for me here. All right, so yes, let me take this off the screen so you can speak.
Yeah, I was just about to say, oh my God, hopefully she ain't got nothing that's gonna come out. Like this what's being shared ain't the video no more.
I know, right? Yo, I thought about Roland Martin.
Right, you're about to have your Roro moment. Something was about to be on that screen.
That's not possible.
Okay,
you saw
good,
what came up on my thing. What, MSNBC? Okay, you saw what came up, the news.
Listen, I don't want to see nothing else. I was like,
Oh, and skincare. Oh, yes.
so
Evenmelanin.com. Evenmelanin.com.
there you go. Yes.
And like, share, subscribe. I never forget to say things like, I never remember to say things like that. but yeah, you saw what it came up on my thing.
Yes, we're gonna keep it there. Yeah, so this was full disclosure in our fight and our advocacy in New York. This was our intro, or let me not say our. This was my introduction to Assembly Member Mamdani. I'd never, interacted with him. I never heard about him or from him up until this point. So this was my introduction. And I'm glad he said what he said on record, because this is what has been the crux of our entire problem with the reparations task force, which started with the legislation. Because he is 100% absolutely correct. He is of African descent. And the bill, which calls for remedies of those of African descent, he would qualify to be included if the commission so found it fit, based on the criteria. He also then goes on to say, which is very problematic, and we made all these issues known, during the process before this got signed into law by the governor, because it did pass the House during that session in which he's making these comments. But he then said he's not Black, and who better to determine Blackness than the U.S. government? That is highly problematic. But it's also problematic for an entirely different reason that he did not speak to, and that is that he racialized our reparations. Because from his perspective, and the perspective of the entire commission in and of itself, is that if you're of African descent and Black, then you receive reparations or should be eligible for reparations. And that's just wholly incorrect and actually exactly what will get it challenged and overturned if anything does come from it, thus making it unconstitutional. And so you have this person, right, that at the time of those comments had already marked African American on his application. So he can get up and grandstand and say, oh, I'm not black, as everybody can see, but then you mark black on your application while you have two professors in the home with one that is studying Africana studies. I mean,
Yep.
as a teacher in Africana studies. And so you have this cosplayer, if you will. You have this person that is playing in our collective face when it comes to our remedial justice claim, when it comes to identity. And at the time of those comments, had already seen the AAPI community get their disaggregation bill signed into law. So we have to understand who we're dealing with and what they play dumb about when it's time to play dumb. And so we can't allow them to do that, and we can't play dumb. We don't have no space or no time to play dumb. And so, in the in the words of not just my mom, but most of our FBA moms, we ain't none of these politicians' little friend. And so they can't play with us because we ain't got no time to be played with.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how serious this is, but also how strongly we have to hold, these politicians to account for the stuff that they do, and like I said, and/or play dumb about. So I'll take a breath there.
Man, listen, you said it. And this is the issue here. Like, how dare you sit there and like I said, he can't claim dumb. So his father is an African professor, the professor of African studies at Columbia. His major was Africana studies. We saw that, you know what I'm saying, that Africana studies is the study of the diaspora. So even here,
That's right.
You know that there has been a history of people stealing from our heritage and all of these things and colonization, how they come into your space and make it their own, and then tell you that you're a foreigner in your space. This is what happened to them in India. This is why they was in Africa in the first place, because the white folks came up in India and was whooping their behinds. And then they went over to Africa to now, so they weren't at the bottom in India. So they come over to whatchamacallit, and this is the perfect time for me to play this right here. I'm gonna play this right. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to cue it up too, because I wasn't prepared to play it at this time, but I think the time is now. Let me see if I can find it. Cue it up right here. So that scene where he was with his friend goes a little bit further, right? And I want to play that now, okay?
That is the coward. Don't talk to me about cowards. That's what you are. You're not living because you're scared to leave. You are scared of leaving Uganda. Why should I go?
Why should I go? Okello, this is my home.
Not anymore, Jay. Africa is for Africans. Black Africans. It's easy to be king of Kampala. Big fish in a little pond. Why don't you try to be king of London or king of Bombay?
Because I was born here. I've always been Ugandan first, Indian second. I've been called a bootlicker and a traitor by my fellow Indians. Okello, Uganda is my home.
Not anymore, Jay. Africa is for Africans. Black Africans.
I can't hear you.
Oh my goodness gracious, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, you was talking on mute for a little bit.
Thank you. So I'm trying to find. It was this part, and I think that's it. I don't remember, but it was another clip. I feel like it was a clip that's missing. But he basically, it was a little part of it that you saw, and it basically said, "Well, why won't you be a big fish in London? Why don't you go be a big fish in India?" Basically, he named a specific city, and he's like, "Why don't you go be a big fish in India?" And he's like, "Because Uganda's my home." And then he goes, "I think you're scared that you can't do what you did here over there." And like I said, I don't know where the clip is, but you guys watch the movie. Okay? So we're gonna get into the fact that it says we're breaking down that bio. So next in the bio, it talks about that he was a former housing counselor and a hip hop artist before entering politics. All right, so we'll talk about the housing counselor first, and then we'll tackle that hip hop artist part after. So there was the article on the Africana Studies. I can't believe I put it in the wrong place. Here's the district. What am I'm missing something? Hold on. Okay, yeah. I don't need that article anymore. Okay. Let's go to the district. Now, he was a housing counselor in the Assembly District of 36. Okay. And there's a reason why they keep talking about his district and the underprivileged in his district, and how he works for them and everything. And I wanted to see what was the demo in this district, right? Hold on a second, because the way they're making it seem, they're kind of making it seem like, oh no, that's not it. When here it is. No, there it is. When they talk about his work and him hating billionaires and what he's done for the people, they reference this district. So I want you to see what are the demo, the what the demographic is in his district, in this district. Okay, let's see if we could make anything bigger. Oh, great. How's that? Can you see? Good. Just making sure. All right. So we good here. So first, let's take a small look at the information that they collect. Okay, just as a whole. When people think they don't know who you are and where you at and what you doing and what you do. This is Assembly District 36. It has a population of 121,852 people. It is 3.3 square miles, and there is 36,000 people per square mile. Okay, this is how they breaking down the data. Okay, the median age of the people in that district is about 35 years old, and let's see, race and ethnicity. So it's about 43. Let's make it bigger, just in case you can't see. I hope it didn't cut it off. 43% white, 7% black. Ain't no black people in his district. 0 native, Asian 20. So add this 20 onto that 40. Okay. Right. And then it says other 1%. And I don't even know what that is over there. It's cut off. And it can't be nothing too bad because it's only 4%, whatever it is. They got it broke down by the per capita income. So he's saying that this is a underprivileged area, whereas he's had to do all this work to help the underprivileged people in his area look at the per capita income and the median household income. I really probably should have brought up some black, districts and how much their income is, but this is not what you think of when you think of, the disenfranchised, the people who are being gentrified out of their neighborhoods. That ain't the tax bracket you thinking about. Okay. Persons but 13% below the poverty line. So this is like making it plain. He's sitting there talking about he did all of this work, but you see all of this information. You see all of this information. Oh, and I'll add the link. This is public. This is what they know about everybody. So they know where you at. They know what you're doing. They know how much money you make. They know. So when I want you to just think about that. This is him, you know, as a housing counselor, where he was helping people to stay in their houses and what? In Assembly District 36. But he's touting it around like, oh, you know, like I did this huge grassroots thing, you know? So, what else did I want to go to next? Demo people in his district, housing counselor demo. Yes. So now, let me bring in Divine to see if you have anything to say about that before I move on to the next topic.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to point out, you know, I mean, that was, a great a point to bring up about what was going on in his district, like, and just what it looks like. Because when we talk about um, the way in which these words that they use are framed, and you see the income, you see, all these things, and you see who is in these in that area predominantly and historically, you start to see how and why they love these terms that can be universally applied, because then you can take a narrative that's not yours and give it to other people and then make it seem like you're doing that type of work when you're not. So it's very, very important um, what we're doing with delineation and disaggregation, because we're taking back the narrative and giving it to those to whom it actually deserves to identify, and we're giving it back to those it actually belongs to. And that's actually, is very long overdue.
Absolutely. I'm queuing up the next video here. Let me make sure. Yep, that's what I want. So, Mamdani, his mom used film to get fame in America, right? Because that's not even showing me in order. How could they do this? When I printed her IMDb, it didn't show me in order. Okay, so let's see how many of them were before 1991. Real fast. Okay. So far, 0. 0. Was that her first movie?
I'm thinking it would have to be, because they weren't here. I mean, I agree, you can make films from abroad, but
because she has a lot of Indian movies, but they were in Uganda. But the thing did not print in order. I'm very upset about that. Let me see. I'm sure it didn't do it. I doubt it did it in the PDF either.
Right.
Let me just try to look it up real quick. What's her name? Mira. Because that's important information. There. And I feel like it's like might be leaving something out. IMDb. Filmography. Okay, let's see. See all. What? They won't let me see all her movies because it's saying that I gotta be a member. Since when?
Yeah, I've never seen that. Look, what you doing on IMDb?
Yeah.
Look it up on Wiki. See what comes up on Wiki.
Okay, hold on. Once I did, maybe because I'm on the phone. Because once I did desktop site on my phone, then it opened up.
Oh, okay. Maybe, yeah. Okay, there we go.
Maybe because I was on my phone. But let's see here. Is it showing me in order? That's what I want to know. 2023, 2016, 12. Okay, looks like it's in order. So yeah, so she looks like 1989. She did a media show. She did a episode of a TV series. She did the Cannes Film Festival and a TV series. She did the World of Film. And then it would have been Mississippi Marsala right in here. So why doesn't it say that? Is this the right person? Yep, this is her.
Mm.
Okay, maybe that was her movies and this is her. That was her TV and this is her movies. Okay.
Oh yeah, she's um says the first major film was Salam Bombay, released in 1988.
Yep.
Yeah.
She had two more, a couple more. She had So Far. She was a director from So Far from India. A couple more. So basically, my point is, so that proves my. We had like
That
three
was
more.
also straight from K Fighter. Let me shout her out too.
Okay. Oh, good, because my phone died.
Yeah,
That's
so
why she
Salam
probably texted me.
Bombay.
My phone died, girl. My phone
Right.
died. I'm turning it on right now.
Word, let her know.
So she probably did text me. But yeah, so she had 1, 2, 3, 4 movies, and then it was Mississippi Marsala. And none of the movies made no money because Mississippi Marsala made $5 million. See, there's a text message.
Yeah.
So the other movies ain't really make no money. Okay, until Mississippi Marsala. And it was a reason why I wanted to make sure I had the timeline down, because I wanted you to see this right here, right? So, and a lot of people thought that, this was like Denzel when he was like young, and he he needed a chance just like she needed a chance, right? Nope.
Okay.
No. Okay, let's press play.
Mississippi Masala is a small budget film and not a project that would be an obvious choice for a star of Washington stature.
What one would consider a proper move for an actor who, won an Academy Award. You're supposed to move up to do, I don't know, Batman Returns or something.
But Washington, who just finished playing the title role in Spike Lee's new film, Malcolm X, is known for his commitment to movies of substance.
Not all the films I've done have a message, but I do find as I make more films that
I can't hear him when he's speaking.
Something to sink my teeth into, or something that I believe in.
For Washington, Mississippi Masala is a movie that fits the bill. He's now hoping that the movie-going public will agree. On the Entertainment Beat, Lisa Petrillo, Channel 10. Eyewitness News.
Child, when you try to be prepared, okay, so basically, this was after he won the Academy Award.
Right, what was he saying though? Because you couldn't hear Denzel.
He was saying that people would think that he would go do a big movie, after winning, his award, and that that he could, he could write his own ticket, but he wanted to do something, a story that has some substance to it. So this is what I'm saying. His mom used Denzel's star power, foundational Black American star power.
Yeah. So, but
I mean, so that's all in the film industry.
Right, without question. No, I'm just asking, was That's all he said, because there was 2 points where Denzel was speaking, but you couldn't hear him talking. You could only hear the stuff that the other people were saying and what you just played. So when they showed him speaking, I couldn't hear him.
That's so weird. So why would I be able to hear and you couldn't hear and you can only hear certain parts?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I couldn't hear none of what Denzel said, but I could hear them describing Denzel.
I told you this stuff don't make no sense.
But that's all he was saying, that he just did something of substance.
Right, yeah. He just was
Okay.
yeah, that's basically all. Like, that basically he was a big star already.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
Yes.
that he just wanted to do, a movie that had some substance to it. So, but my point in pointing that out, because I think a lot of people think that Denzel at the time was like young and just coming up, because he does look very young in this movie, that he did not, that she gave him a chance. Not he made her pop. He made her movie pop. He made Mississippi. Nobody would have watched no Mississippi Masala.
That's true.
Denzel Washington
That is true.
wasn't in it. You heard me?
That's the only reason why I heard anything about it. And that's because my mom was a super Denzel, still is a Denzel fan. So, that kind of story wouldn't even.
It wouldn't.
Yeah.
So I just want to show how his mom used Black American star power to get her foot grounded in Hollywood. Through Black culture, just like the Indians hopped on Ugandan culture in Uganda and pretending to be Ugandan. So now she's over here using us, even though he had clear knowledge of the Black struggle, because his father was a professor of African studies. He still knew what he was doing. I wanted to say he trying to play dumb, and he's not dumb. He knew what he was doing on that college application.
Agreed.
So he's willing to use the Black American struggle, just as his mom used it in her movie.
Yeah.
To make her movie pop. Now he's on record saying that he will take whatever benefits that the New York State will give him because he so happens to be African. So he's willing to hop on that too. And it just seems like, well, I mean, he said it. He will take whatever benefits he can qualify for, regardless of fairness. And that's just what it is. So how can we trust, as he's sitting there talking about he's going to make this fair, he's going to make that fair, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that, when he, in every turn of his life, he attempted and used privileged every step of the way.
Yeah, that's true.
And where he could not use privilege, he put on Blackness, him and his family put on Blackness and Africanness and took it off when they feel like it and put it on when they feel like a goddamn hoodie.
Yeah. I mean, that's very evident and based on, what we've seen and what you've shared. And their entire life story up until this point.
And I'm not done yet. So now we're going to get into the fact that he's a what? A hip hop artist? So once we do the rundown again, I'm just showing you how he keep using us. His family been using us, and in this us, I mean not just foundational Black Americans, but his family uses Blackness as a whole.
Right.
They over there hopping on Ugandans' backs. Now they over here hopping on our back in one lifetime. This ain't like his parents did this and then he did that and then the next one did this. This is one lifetime. His mama hopping on the back. Now she done moved him over here. He hopping on our backs. His father hopping on them. They just riding motherfuckers like donkeys.
True indeed. True indeed.
So let's get into this hip hop.
Hello, everyone. Pound and a half of chicken. Stir and fry it again.
Mom? You're living in our house now, Mom. We're not living in yours. Why do I have to keep telling you this? And then on Wednesday, you forget to pick up Nikhil from school. All of your meddling and these questions and the TV serials cause you to lose sight of the fact that you are not a good nanny. I'm the best damn nanny that you ever done seen. Fuck top 5 nannies and fuck top 3. I'm the number 1 nanny. Don't fuck with me. Fuck any of the nannies since they better than Praveen. Cause I'm 85 years old, 85 years old, 85 years with my family on my back. So I'll outlast everybody on my fucking haters. Don't know me now, then you never know me later. Say, I be in an elevator to the top, go and find your own way there. Drinking a little water ball for me by my waiter. Not just anyone, but the head fucking major. At the top, where it bees. Got a great grandkid, man, fucking ace. Wrapped in a shawl just in case a cool breeze. But you never catch me, better just catch Zace. This a nunny anthem, Jimmy another bantam. Weight class, warp pass, and all you for ransom. Got a grandson that's handsome and then some. Spends his income on dim sum to fill time. You talking retention. Me, talking expansion. Got the whole squad here, keep them at attention. And I'm not in the business of taking no tension. So, gather round now, celebrate me. I'm your boss, I'm your fucking nanny. Got a doctorate, bitch, so don't fucking try me. Don't need a nano, cause I'm living my G. Kitty my G. Run this whole city like a Ramiyati. Stay setting people up, MC at the shawty. If you see me in the streets, don't be asking Guani. Bow down for you. Hit the ground for you. Make a sign for you. Give a crown to you. Bow down for you. Hit the ground for you. Make a sign for you.
Go ahead, make a rap for your nanny.
It's a rap.
Get the guap, spin the rack on your nanny. Spin the rack. Come through, give a dab to your nanny. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your nanny. Go ahead, make a rap for your nanny.
It's a rap.
Get the guap, spin the rack on your nanny.
Spin the rack.
Come through, give a dab to your nanny. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your nanny.
I let that whole video play because I didn't want to make it seem like I took anything out of context or you know what I'm saying? None of that. I wanted you to see how weird it is that he was without a shirt in a food truck with his homies. I just wanted you to see because when there's no music playing, it looks even more right? Okay. So now it's hard for me to even start here. Besides the weirdness Cause why? I'm gonna say it again. Why you in the truck with no shirt on and a bunch of your friends cooking food? It reminds me of them videos I be seeing on Super Ray's Instagram. Okay, where they be cooking food. Here you go. They be like folding the patty up under here. Let me flatten the burger out. Why you in the food truck with no shirt on? Then why you squeezing white stuff? Why? With your nana and your boys? I just got questions. Like I said, the video is just weird to me. But anyway, let's get back to the point. Again, using hip hop to try to, because we already read the article where it said that Cuomo was getting the votes, and that's a whole nother situation. Cuomo was getting the black vote. And so I just feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's ramping it up. Like, I'm not even sure when this video came out, but he know what he want to do. He trying to figure out how he could get black support. And hip hop, he feels that hip hop is his way in, because we have always let people in through hip hop. And well, I won't say, because we like, oh, you enjoy it, we enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? But again, it's just another instance where he's using a culture that does not belong to him in a way to push himself forward, whether it be financially, whether it be just to, you know what I'm saying, promote his nana or this food truck, whatever. You know what I'm saying? To promote whatever you're promoting, you're using our culture. Why didn't you make a Bollywood movie? Why didn't you do a Bollywood style? Why? Why not? Why all of y'all was rapping, including grandma?
Yeah,
Again,
I think that. Yeah, I think this is this is definitely early. This is definitely early. So this is before all of this. But I still think there is a level of what you're saying going on, right? Like, and to the point, even when I think where I saw the this getting referenced on CNN with it being brought up. So this is definitely something that was before, but I don't doubt
no, but him
that is
going on the
being
National Action Network, what I'm
right.
saying is, I feel
Right.
like this was pre-planned, because he knew this whole plan of him running for mayor and everything. This was already in the works. This
No,
video
that's
was
what
part of
yes,
the plan.
yes.
But
Well, I
he's
wouldn't go.
now.
I don't know about that. I think I disagree with you on that only because of how early. Like this is like him much younger, right? But I do believe so. I don't know if it was like okay, we're gonna use this because it was like years ago, right? That he did this out. But what I'm saying, what I'll say to the point to buffer your point is that once it's out there, do I think then they are using it in that way? Yes, because I saw him on a segment on CNN where they brought it up. And the way in which he was trying to frame it and use it, I think is exactly to what you just said. I don't know if that was the intent when they made it, but what I will say with the intent that they made it is this: like you said, they could have made any other type of video that they wanted, right? But there is a level of entitlement that I think they have um, with our culture and all things that we do, based on, like I said, that unique upbringing of being able to be Ugandan while being Indian, right? So it's like, okay, well, you know what? What I can be, they can essentially in their mind be whatever they want to be while still being Indian, right? And so that's why you do rap instead of Bollywood or any other culture. It's like, okay, yeah, because I have every right to do it. I can take from these people in the same way that I take or I took from the Ugandans, right? There's this level of own it. It's almost like, I say this about the tethers, right? I say this about them all the time, and this kind of holds true to what they've done now, knowing more about their stories. It's like the same way in which we say hurt people hurt people. What we're finding out is that colonized people colonize people.
Ooh,
and so we
Lord,
see it
that's
with
true.
we see it with the Afro immigrants that were colonized. They come over here and then take ownership of our culture and our identity and how we want to be identified. And we're seeing this with the Mamdanis and those East Indian Ugandans that were colonized by British, came into Uganda, and then colonized the Ugandans. But then as they were expelled, we see this class of East Indians coming into New York, not just Mamdani, but the others like him, and now still trying to colonize us in certain ways, whether it's culturally and or just as New Yorkers as a whole.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I also want to just point out that, remember, he basically came out of college and became a housing counselor. This is why I'm saying he was on this path.
Yeah.
So that's why I believe that when this video was made, now I don't think he necessarily knew that, he wasn't going to be getting traction with Black voters. Now, maybe he didn't necessarily foresee that, but I do believe that this video was part of, because his life would be, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna make sure that you do certain things or whatever, and don't do certain things so that you can run. When they picking you out for certain things, they coming at you early, because you got to make sure everything is curated and manufactured.
That's true. That is true.
So
can we find out when that was made? Did you get a chance to see when that was?
Not this second, because we got a lot going. Oh,
Nope,
well, can you?
No worries. No,
Wait,
I'm on my. Yeah. No
okay.
worries. No worries. No
Hold on.
big deal. No big deal.
I'm
No
not
big deal.
exactly sure when it was made, but
No big
like
deal.
I
No
said,
big deal. No big deal.
Yeah. So let me. Yeah, you threw me completely off.
No big deal.
Anyway, back to what I was saying.
Yeah.
So the next thing, my next point. Let me just press play.
Brother Zoran, what's going on, man? This is Jabal Bowman. Tonight I have an extra ticket to the Wu-Tang Clan concert at Madison Square Garden. Come through, clear your schedule, and join me at the Garden.
You can blame it on the heat, or maybe the tension of a highly...
Yo! Where is the video? Okay. All right. Let me see if I can find it, because that was important. Wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. I'm so upset about this. Let me see. Because it was like a whole thing with him having this conversation with RZA. Lord. Let's try. Let me try one more thing. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Wu-Tang Mamdani concert. Jamal Bowman. Hold on. You know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this off and I'm going to ask you about, do you know anything about Jamal Bowman while I try to find this video?
Hell yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so what? Man, I got so many issues with Jamal Bowman. And so kind of going back to our first point of dang, we've been in, we going in now, we've been hours on here. One of the first comments I made was that we got a chance to interview a quick, almost like a street interview, but indoors at the NAN conference in about 2019, 2018. We hit up Dr. Eric Dyson, Michael Eric Dyson. At that same NAN conference, I got a chance to interview Jamal Bowman.
Okay.
And so at that time, we solely talking about reparations. This is before, this New York debacle with the New York State Reparations Task Force. This is us in our reparations advocacy infancy, essentially, right? I don't think at that time we were even the U.S. Freedmen Project yet. Like, what I'm saying? We wasn't even official tissue. We were just a group of people like, yo, we need to advocate and hit these people up. And we was like, what better place than NAN, since it's free and they're going to be there. And nobody at NAN is going to talk about this. So needless to say, Jamal Bowman was one of those people.
Mm-hmm.
And we approached him about reparations at that time, and making it lineage based.
Right.
And, he gave the usual, I'm trying to think of exactly what his exact words were. But, he gave lip service, but obviously it was lip service in hindsight now, because after that interview, he didn't carry out any of those things. None of that was a part of his agenda while he was in there. He wasn't really going hard for Black American anything when he had the power to be in there. And I always bring this up because this is kind of where we're at with those of us, those politicians that are us. And we talked about that earlier in this conversation as well. I'll never forget it. He was at the Breakfast Club. And at the time, I'm not sure if the conversation was framed around the Black American exodus from New York. But it was some part of the conversation because they asked him about, hey, what do you see? What's the future of Black New Yorkers, right? And obviously they just talk about all racially Black New Yorkers. And this dude, instead of talking about how he's going to fight for Black New Yorkers, make a space for Black New Yorkers, specifically Black American New Yorkers, that's what we advocate for, but just all Black as he's talking about it. He didn't say that. He didn't say he was going to use his power or his political position to ensure that we have a power base here. Now, whether you agree with this or not, I'm just talking about how egregious it is for a New York-based politician to not be talking about how to build up Black power in New York.
Right.
This dude goes on to say, hey, you know what? I think it's a good thing that Black people are leaving New York, because if we can start building up our power base in the South, then we can really start doing some stuff and have the numbers to get some things accomplished. Now, I don't want to hear that bullshit. Now, is that a good idea? I'm not saying that's a good idea, bad idea, or indifferent idea. My point is that we elected you to get your ass in there here in New York to create what you're talking about creating down South here in New York.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you have somebody in power that is passing the buck, this is who he is. And then he didn't start talking about real Black anything until after his ass pulled that alarm and it was clear that he was going to get his Black ass kicked out of politics.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But that same POC coalition are some of the same people that organized that candidate who ran against you and won.
Yep.
And so this is what we're talking about when we talk about not being unapologetically foundational Black American in your advocacy and stand up for your constituency, because you didn't stand up for us, in good faith and in good conscience, we couldn't stand up for you.
Right.
And instead of talking about, and I'll land here because I think you're ready, instead of talking about building a Black American Foundation, Black American, whatever caucus or power base, you was up there shucking a jive and talking about let's make a hip hop caucus. And it's like, bro, what are you talking about? And now we see this shit with Mamdani, this performative bullshit. And he's under the same camp that is that whole what they called them. What was the term? Power brokers or power something? Or when they were talking about Bernie and AOC?
Oh yeah, they call them power brokers.
Yeah, he was a part of that same quote unquote power broker class of Democrats that came in.
That's where we gonna end up is the power
Okay,
brokers.
they were supposed to be Justice Democrats. And fighting the system, fighting the power,
fighting the good fight, right? Like his mother said, there's injustice, you should speak up, right?
But go ahead. I'm off my soapbox. I think you're ready.
All right, yeah. So I found it on YouTube, so hopefully it won't give me no skipping or nothing, whatever.
Brother Zoran, what's going on, man? This is Jabal Bowman. Tonight I have an extra ticket to the Wu-Tang Clan concert in Madison Square Garden. Come through, clear your schedule, and join me at the Garden.
How's it going?
Look at the crowd.
Good to see you, man. How you doing? Thank you for making this happen. Of course, man. Absolutely. They hit me up. I was like, yo, can I bring my man? And like, absolutely.
You already know how I feel about hip-hop and its potential to build enormous political power. No one has the pulse.
Don't just look at the people in front of the camera. Look deep into the crowd.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you, man. Got my support. Thank you. I'm hoping for you. Thank you.
You are part of that continuum too, my brother, as you're bringing new energy and ideas and authenticity and humanity into the political system.
It's great to meet you. I've been a big fan for a long time.
I'd love for us to get a conversation.
I'd love to. Oh, thank you.
We're rooting for you, man.
Thank you.
It means a lot to us. It means a lot to the city. I was born and raised here.
Who's that? Okay.
All my life, it means a lot to us.
Thank you. Hey, it's a real pleasure to meet you. Truly.
We got you, brother.
Thank
you. You in the right hand. Better than all states.
Oh man, good
How's
to
it
meet
going?
you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for coming.
It's a real pleasure.
Wow.
It's a real pleasure.
At a Wu-Tang show, like I got friends, they lived in Brownsville in the 60s.
Yeah.
But they was able to move out to Long Island.
Yeah.
Right? And now life is good. Then you got the people in my generation, like my aunts and them, we got in Brownsville, we got stuck.
Yeah.
So we probably like, let us out.
Yeah.
But how do you balance that?
I mean, I think a big part of it is to make Brownsville a place that you don't have to leave to have that same life. You know, there are too many people for whom stability, space, raising a family, you can only do it outside of New York City. The whole campaign that we ran on is about how do we make the most expensive city in the United States of America affordable.
Okay, I mean, I like that. That's a good answer. You said if you could make Brownsville a place where you want to live versus a place like, get the fuck out of here, excuse my language.
Exactly.
And they can afford it,
yeah,
and they get the quality of life.
Yeah.
All right, so it's a mission.
It's Wu-Tang Financial.
Like you in the movement you are building, hip-hop will continue to change the world. So listen, brother, let's make this happen. Call me back. Peace and love.
All right, now we're done with the pictures. I want to talk some politics.
No cameras.
So I will say this about, I'm glad. Okay, go.
Let me just start off like this. I mean, let me start it this way. I want people to understand. When you talk about Wu-Tang, I'm talking picture it. Okay? Bruck, as a teenager. Huge wool wear jeans. Okay? Listening to every wool subsidiary, not just their albums, but I mean, like the grave diggers and you know, all the little groups on the side. That's how Wu-Tang, how I love, and I'm gonna use the word love. I'm not even gonna use it in past tense. Love Wu-Tang. But let me tell you something. When it comes to this here politics, I don't give a fuck. Not Wu-Tang, not Jadakiss, not Killer Mike, not none of them can tell me nothing about this man. When I say I don't care if I have to meet up against foes, foreign or domestic, I mean it. Now, we talked a lot about other people and other things, and I'm not exactly sure of everyone's, you know, makeup in Wu-Tang, but I'm sure, you know, some of them, if not all, are foundational Black Americans. And, well, we know Wu-Tang, ODB was Native.
Yeah.
He was a foundational Black American with Native ancestry. So we know that. He talked about that. So, and I believe he's cousins with somebody. I don't know. So you get all these people in the video, and you the Democrats, and my mom and I talk about this a lot, how the Democrats are constantly overplaying their hand. Constantly, they don't know how to read the room. They don't. Kamala, I don't care who you get. So you think because you get Jadakiss, yeah, because you get RZA, whom I love, you think just because you get RZA to have to sit there and say that stupid shit that I'm gonna hear? Oh, let's make Brownsville a place where you want to stay. Look, I don't have no problem with that as a theory, but let's talk about did his family do that in Uganda? When they had the power, the money, and the influence, did they do that for the people in Uganda? They did not. That's why they got kicked out of Uganda. And so when you sit here and you say these things and you sit there and you let him sit there and yip, 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 and you can't even check him, you not saying nothing. Look, when I want to make a beat that's out of this world, that's going to touch my soul down to my toes, I'm calling RZA. When I want to talk this politics, he's not on my line.
True.
And nobody in that room, and because you in that room, nobody, well, I'll say because everybody was there was at the concert.
Right.
So I'll give him a pass of saying that you at the concert and it just so happened to be, you know, he showed up and you there because Wu-Tang, you there to support Wu-Tang. But I'm gonna say this. If the Democrats think, or the Democratic Socialists, whatever the hell you are now, if you think that you're gonna get rappers to now tell us who to vote for, because last time when you did it with singers, it didn't work so good. When Beyonce was out there and Kelly was out there and who else? I can't even remember anymore. When all of those singers was out there telling us what to do, we didn't listen then. And if you get RZA, I'm not listening now either. So keep hopping on our culture. You're just showing your true colors. It's just showing how you putting us on like skin and taking us off like skin and trying to pretend, and that's all you showing. So keep going, because it ain't fooling me.
Mm.
Go ahead.
What I'll say is I appreciate. I do like the. I do think out of everybody that was there, I do believe uh, Killer Mike is the most politically astute. Um, and I like the fact that at the end they got that and they got him saying that, yo, all right, enough of the pictures. Now we need to talk some politics, and that needs to be off camera. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we not, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not how you really strategize and talk politics and talk strategy. Like, that's not what you do. There is no photo op and you put it on camera. Like you said, that fluff that RZA said. And so,
Right.
so I will give Killer Mike some more credit than that. I'm not saying I agree with everything he says or we are aligned politically, because we're not, but I do agree with that approach. And I didn't know I hadn't seen that video in its entirety, but I'm glad that you asked me what do I know about Jamal Bowman, and I was able to give what I do, all the stuff that I do know and experience, because that was just the epitome of who he was. That entire video, obviously we know it was staged, obviously we know it was planned, we know it's a part of the campaign, but everything that he did and everything that he is was on display in that video, and it was just a bunch of empty symbolism, and that's just who he was in office. That's who he is now. And you know it's just like you just said, it's an old playbook. Unfortunately, because they are not encouraged and not ready to give us the policy that we demand and we need and we deserve, the only alternative is this. Like, you have to do this if you don't do that. And so I'm very encouraged by what I saw in 2024, and what they did and what we overcame to not fall for empty symbolism. So I'm very encouraged that the people of New York will not fall for this as well. Like, it's really all they have, because, like I said, they're not championing any specific policy for our people, and that's just those are empty platitudes. When you say, "Yeah, we're just gonna make Brownsville someplace that you don't want to leave," it's like, okay, that sounds good.
Right.
That sounds really nice.
And
But
then
there's
for
no
who?
structural plan in place. Right, that too.
And
Too.
then for who?
Who gets to stay? That's right. That's right. That's right.
Because Bed-Stuy is really nice,
Mm.
but it's not as many black people living there anymore.
And
Who
it
they,
ain't
who they
it
making
ain't do
nice
or die no
for?
more. That's right.
So
Because it ain't
who
the
did
do or
they?
die style no more.
Let me tell you, and the murals look out of place as hell.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name is on like a coffee shop. ODB, the cutest,
Is
like
it?
this. Yeah, it's like on a like. Yo, on the most gentrified coffee shop is right there, and it, as a native, it throws you off so much because you like, well, where am I though? If the mural is here, why does it look like this? And it's kind of disorienting. I'm not gonna lie. Like, every time I pass it, I'm like, where am I again? And then you're like, okay, yeah,
Right.
it's right. It's been gentrified to heck. So there was a video that I wanted to play that, oh my goodness.
I don't have that. Where is this thing at?
Oh my gosh. Yo, I can't believe. Oh, okay. So it would have been a screen recorder video. Let's see if I can find it, because I don't know what happened to the nice curated video, but it seems like things are not nice and curated. After, all that work I did, So let's see if I could find it, because I definitely know I clipped it. I clipped it. Let me see. Maybe it's in the Mamdani folder. Because it was a really important part of the movie. right? It was another part in the movie I wanted to play. Oh, yes. No. Yes. No. No. Well, anyway, I'm not gonna. I think I might have deleted the clip somehow. Wait. What's this? Oh, that's a stupid music video. And this is the actual movie, and I don't want to. Maybe. No, I know I deleted that. Okay, well, it's a part in the movie, right? Where after after Denzel and the father have that conversation, he has a talk with what her name was, Mina or something like that. I don't know. He goes to have a talk with his daughter, and he tells her that basically that what happened in Uganda, and she's saying she doesn't remember it that way, and he says, at the end of the day, your own, they're gonna stick to their own and left out. And I thought that was really interesting that he would say that, or that would be his view, when in Uganda they were keeping out the black people from the economic success.
Yeah.
But then you turn around and get upset because you feel that they were looking out for their own, but when you were looking out for your own, it wasn't a problem.
That's it.
He does not. He's completely ignorant to the fact that that all the resources were going there. And even in the movie, I feel that it was, even her as the director was completely tone deaf to that fact.
Yeah.
That you guys are saying that this is your country, but you don't see the inequity that is happening here, because you are living good, others are not.
That's right.
And so, I find this like all to be just, it's really crazy for you now to take this person and put them in my face like they are my savior. Like they're gonna save New York. And I wanna mention this about Killer Mike. Killer Mike is the most politically astute person in the room. That video was from June 24th, 2025. We have yet to hear the results of that conversation, or I have yet to hear the results of that conversation. And this is New York.
Right.
That image has been seen. It's not showing me the views because of the way I looked it up. God dang it. Let me see if I click show it to me on YouTube. It's just not showing me the views. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not going to try it right now. So
yeah.
Okay, now it's showing me. Dismiss. 15,000 views. So this has been, it's gotten 15,000 views. So
wait, hold on. That video you just showed only has 15,000 views on it?
Yeah, because it's on his whatchamacallit.
On whose?
On Zohan's page, his actual page. Let me make sure.
Really?
Let me make sure before.
Yeah, double check that.
Oh, now it's not.
Oh, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
Oh my gosh.
Because I'm saying 15,000.
Oh no, sorry, that was 15K likes.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Let me see. It's not showing me the views. It's still not showing me the views.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that sounds about right for it to be 15,000 likes.
229K.
That's still okay. That's still lower than okay. All right, good. Okay, that's good.
You got 15 K likes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it got two of that, which makes my point even more. This got 229 views, and this is only a month ago. Oh wait, is that the? Yeah, yes. So this image of him shaking his hand is already out.
Right.
You know what's not out? The results of that conversation.
That's true. That's true. 100%.
So he's already using this as press, like if he has gotten an endorsement.
That's right. You're right about that.
And as politically astute as Killer Mike is, I'm not as astute as Killer Mike. And I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Once you take a picture,
that's right.
It's basically an endorsement.
That is 100% correct. 100%.
So as much as I do love Killer Mike, I live in New York, and I'm not playing. And I said I don't give a foreign or domestic. You're not fucking my shit up. I'm not coming to Atlanta.
Right. That's right. You're from out of town.
And taking pictures. Not that it would matter anyway. Because I don't have the, you know what I'm saying, as Killer Mike does. So let's be real, okay? So me taking a picture with politicians in Atlanta wouldn't mean shit. But I'm saying I'm not. This is New York politics, and I have a bone to pick. I've looked into his background. I see problems. I don't have to talk to him. I see problems. Now, I'm not saying that maybe we someone shouldn't talk to him.
Right.
But I'm doing what I need to do for us. So if he, like I said, I'm interested to know the results of the conversation. Please, Killer Mike, tell me.
Mm-hmm.
What did you and that Indian Asian man go in that room and talk about? Can you let me know as a New Yorker, as a Black New Yorker? Can you let me know?
True.
Did you advocate for us? Did you speak up for us? Did you tell him how we being gentrified to hell? Did you tell him that our homeless population is crazy? Did you tell him that we got empty apartments and people can't afford the rent? It's not that we have and I'm going to get into that. It's not that we have a housing shortage. Did you get into that? Do you know? Did you know, Killer Mike? Did you know that that's what we're dealing with here in New York? Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
So when you had that conversation with him, did you know even our struggles here in New York? Did you know that they taxing us out the ass? Do you know we pay state tax, city tax, income tax, federal tax, congestion pricing? Did you know? Did you talk to him about that? Did you know that we've been fighting the Reparations Commission Board on everything? Did you know that we got bills that we trying to get passed? Did you know that we trying to disaggregate? Did you know, Killer Mike? Did you talk to him about that? Because these are the issues that we have. So when you went in that room and you closed the door, what did you talk about? As a New Yorker, I would like to know. Okay, so let's see. So let's go on with the bio. He was then elected to the New York State Assembly in 2020, representing the Queens 36th district, and which is the same district that we already went over. So we already know how he got elected. We already, saw the demographic in the district, right? So, and it says that, so now let's go. It goes into his mayoral platform highlights. He wants to do a rent freeze for stabilized units and expansion of affordable housing. Okay. So I want to read this article because this is another 5,000-year-old genie trick. As they keep using this word affordable housing. And how can we get affordable housing? Okay. So, and there's a lack of affordable housing. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see. Manhattan. Okay. All righty. Manhattan leads the city in empty residences with one zip code leading the charge. Right? Even in a borough that rarely sleeps, silence reigns in more homes than one might expect. Manhattan now claims the highest percentage of vacant residences across New York City, with an estimate of 1,400 apartments, around 1.2% of its housing inventory lying empty. According to a third quarter analysis by real estate data provider Adam, attained by The Real Deal, that figure has barely shifted from the last year and closely matches the national vacancy rate of 1.3. While Brooklyn may appear more vacant in raw numbers, with some 29% of the city's nearly 5,900 unoccupied units, its overall vacancy ratio aligns with the city average of 0.7%. The Bronx follows closely behind Manhattan with a rate of 1.1%, highlighting pockets of underuse even amid New York's broader housing crunch. In terms of Manhattan, the contrast between the neighborhoods are stark. In zip code 10012, which includes Soho and East Village, roughly 4.3% of all residences sit empty, more than triple the borough's national norms. Both prime areas, it seems high prices may be the cause, but there's more than meets the eye. The scale of residential construction conversions have been higher in downtown Manhattan, particularly in specific neighborhoods such as Soho and the East Village, which represents this trend, said appraiser Jonathan Miller and Miller Samuel. Coming out of the pandemic, Manhattan experienced the highest rate of population growth, particularly downtown, which was further aided by many office to residential conversions, with many more expected, he added. This has resulted in potentially higher vacancy rate compared to other boroughs, but it is not excessive. Now, they touched on a lot of things in that article, right? They touched on a lot of things in that article. And the main thing I want people to understand is that there are a ton of vacant apartments in the city. In Manhattan, in Brooklyn, in everywhere. The reason being is because I can't remember the year, but there was a law passed. I believe it was during the Cuomo administration. There was a law passed basically saying that landlords could not raise the rent from a rent stabilized apartment more than like I think it's like 5% or 10% or something like that, a very small percentage. And that percentage, once you have like when a rent stabilized apartment and somebody moves out of a rent stabilized apartment, 9 times out of 10, they've been in this rent stabilized apartment for like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. and the apartment needs to be, redone. The electrical needs to be done. It needs to be, everything just basically needs to be gutted and redone. The bathrooms, the kitchens, everything has to be, up to standards of 2025. And so the landlords are saying that if they only up the rent that percentage amount, that it's not enough to cover their costs to fix the apartment. So what landlords have been doing is leaving the apartments empty, because it is more cost effective for them to just leave the whole building empty than to fix the apartment up and then have somebody in there that they can't get out and everything like that. So here's an example of a 5,000-year-old genie trick. They sit there and tell you that they're passing this law that's going to help you. We're going to pass this law. This is the city council and whatnot, right? They come to you and they tell you, hey, we're going to pass this law that's going to, make sure that rent stabilized apartments stay at a certain price. And you think, oh, that sounds like a great idea. Yeah, you want more rent stabilized apartments on the market, or to remain on the market. So you're like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. But in actuality, you cut your nose off to spite your face, because what happens is the landlords are like, well, then F it. I don't even have to, rent this apartment at all. So when they're taking into account how that there's no affordable housing, they're not taking into account how many empty apartments are in the city. Now, they talked about how many empty apartments there were in Manhattan, and Manhattan has the most empty apartments. And I say that there are more empty apartments than what they're saying. So they're saying that Manhattan has the most empty apartments, and part of that reason is because of the commercial to residential conversions. Now, anybody who has ever done any amount of real estate knows that when you are putting a new property, whether it be an apartment, whether it be a house, or whatever, apartment too, because the condos. So when you're putting something on the market, you have to look at the comps in the area. So they're lying to you, or I don't even want to say they're lying to you, because they're technically not lying. They're just not telling you the complete truth, and they're letting you think what you want to think. They're telling you that they're going to that we need more housing, like there's no housing, and so we're going to take these apartments and convert them into residential apartments, but they're just going to be apartments that nobody can afford because of the area. You can't add more apartments in Soho and all of these places unless you're going to flood the market to make the price drop. And you got to add thousands of apartments to make the price drop. It's not going to be, the price is so astronomical. It's not going to come down to an affordable price, because the outer boroughs are not even affordable prices. So then they tell you, okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to have this apartment building, and it's going to have so many affordable apartments. And what happens is, what they end up doing is, if they do let anyone in at all, they'll let 1 or 2 people in. They won't fill all the let's say the requirement was for 10 apartments or 12 apartments. They're not going to put all 10 or 12. They might move 1 or 2, maybe 3. Right? Then they'll let the other apartments sit empty until the time has expired that they were supposed to give these basically apartments back to the city, basically, giving them back as affordable units. So they'll wait for the time to expire for the units, and then they'll just convert the units back to the regular price and then get regular people back in those units. So that's a trick. Then they tell you, okay, well, we're going to have the whole building. It's going to be an affordable building, and it's going to be, based on your income. But the minimum income is $100,000. How is that affordable housing? If your minimum income needs to be $1,000, but see, they use all of these words just to trick you. So I say all that to say, when he's sitting there talking about rent freeze and stabilized units, this is just more of the same rhetoric that we have seen that just goes swirls around a toilet bowl. It's just a cesspool of nonsense that really isn't going to help any of us. And I'll get off my soapbox there, Divine. I'll let you add.
Now you said it all. You said it all. There's nothing to add. There's nothing to add on that point.
So, you just sitting here just saying shit, pissing on our heads and telling us it's raining. Okay. So, let's see. Yeah. And let's play the video. Let's see if we can get it. Oh, I forgot about this. Pause. We're gonna go back a bit. Because I gotta play this. So remember when Jamal Bowman had done that dumb stuff? I forgot about this video. I didn't write it down on my list here. I didn't write it down, but let's just play it for fun. Let's just play it for poops and giggles. Hold on.
Competitive Democratic primary, but something got into New York Congressman Jamal Bowman during a rally in the Bronx over the weekend that resulted in the incumbent candidate rolling up his sleeves quite literally and launching into a profanity-laced tirade, seemingly more reminiscent of a DJ at a foam party than a U.S. congressman seeking re-election in a tough race.
I'm not supposed to fight back. We're gonna show them who the f we are. We're gonna show them who the f we are.
And before Bowman, it was his fellow squad member, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who introduced him and went on a tirade of her own.
You're muted.
I said, look, there was the video. I had it. I doubted myself. Okay. So let's see. Shoot, what is this? What video is this?
My platform is that every single person should have housing. And I think faced with these two options, the system has hundreds of thousands of people unhoused, right? For what? And if there was any system that could guarantee each person housing, whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee, it is preferable to what is going on right now. And I think that people try and play like gotcha games about these kinds of things. And it's like, look, I care more about whether somebody has a home.
Those are very deceptive words. What is a home to you? It could just be, and that's the thing. These words are just so broad. What is a home? Does a home include running water? Does it include, you know what I'm saying? Does it include like certain things? What does that include? Because technically, the projects is a home, but there are people that are fighting NYCHA because they don't have hot water, they don't have this, they don't have that. He didn't say what type of home. So you know, he uses these words in these broad terms, and I think, you know, it tricks people. You really have to. I think it was Neely Fuller who was no matter of fact, it's Dr. Claude Anderson. He says, you know, you got to gut that thing like a fish. Open it up. See what's inside. Stop taking everything this man is saying for face value. Open it up. See what he means. Ask him some questions. Nobody ever asks him any. Like, I feel like people don't ask him enough questions. Well, you know, he about to get asked a couple questions right now, though.
On the city tax, though, and I know that takes effect with people right now, that top rate of people of 50,000 or more. So if you're going to be adding 2% to people at $1 million, that I just did the math, right? Well, but that's going to be an increase of 51% of what they pay now. I'm not saying cry for them. I'm saying if they leave, you're not going to get that money. And when you increase someone's taxes by 51%, aren't a lot of people going to leave?
We're saying we're increasing it by 2% of what it is right now. And ultimately, I'm guided by the facts. The Fiscal Policy Institute did an analysis of the top 1% of New Yorkers and found that they leave the city at 1/4 the rate of other income categories. And when they do leave, they leave to what are called high tax states, New Jersey, California. So what it then comes down to is, why are they leaving? Is it fiscal policy or is it actually quality of life? And I've heard that time and again from wealthier New Yorkers, from all New Yorkers.
So it's talk. They're going to go to Florida and all you think is talk.
In 2021, when I came to the state assembly, we had the same fight to fund public schools, to raise taxes on billionaires and corporations. We were told millionaires would flee.
Yep.
And we now have more millionaires.
Okay, so the New York Times is saying that Mayor Adams is trying to gather business leaders to support him, to say this is going to be bad. And Bill Ackman, billionaire hedge fund manager, of course you know of him, New Yorker, he said he agrees with you that the city's broken, okay, but he has a real problem with your economic policies. He said the ability for New York City to offer services for the poor and needy, let alone the average New Yorker, is entirely dependent on New York City being a business-friendly environment and a place where wealthy residents are willing to spend 183 days, the amount you need to be taxed, and assume the associated tax burden. Unfortunately, both have already started making arrangements for the exits. So you just think that that isn't going to add up. And by the way, that corporate tax rate that you're talking about, that's a big increase.
That's matching 7.25% going to 11.5%. And the point of it is that if it works for our regional neighbor, why can't it work for us? And with Bill Ackman, this is someone who put $500,000 into Andrew Cuomo's super PAC, someone to whom clearly money is not an issue. And ultimately, even for him, life would get better. Because what I'm looking to use this money for is to make the quality of life across the city better.
Okay, he's not alone. There are a lot like him, whether it's Ken Griffin or CEOs of big banks. Would you meet with them?
I'll meet with anyone. I will meet with them and I'll explain why I believe in the necessity of raising the top corporate tax rate. And I'd also tell Bill Ackman that I firmly disagree with his attempt to dismantle diversity, equity, and inclusion across the country, because it's not only against the morals of so many, it's also against the actual bottom line for so many businesses. And as a businessman, he should understand that.
So let's start with the DEI part first. He's so worried about DEI because he know that affects him, his family, his people, whatever. I'm not as worried about DEI. So, and I'm just gonna leave that there, and then I'm gonna say this. Mamdani brought up numbers from 20 he said 2022, right? So that's before COVID. You're not negotiating from a place of strength, Mamdani. But you have Manhattan is a ghost town. You ain't got the businesses that you had back then. You don't have the leverage that you used to have. It is so easy for whatever business, whatever it is, to pick up and leave. You're not, and I'm not saying to bend down and bend over for people, but you're sitting here talking like you're negotiating from a place of strength. And this is what I mean. He does not have a complete picture. You're gonna have to work with these people as much as it sucks. They are integral to New York running. New York is a business town. Not only have to work with small business and big business. That's what New York is all about. And if you're not willing to work with them, they will pick up and leave. And we are already we the people are already feeling the pinch of not having the money and the tax brackets that we used to have. Because they're not taking it. Once they leave, they take that money from us. This is why we have congestion pricing. This is why we have all of these things that came after 2022. All of these money-making, scheme-making ideas that Kathy Stankham Holcomb makes of her sadistic, twisted little Miss Nelson is missing mind. Whatever taxes she can put on us now, like she's the Queen of England, sitting there taxing us for turnips. We are feeling it. So now you're trying to run what little businesses we got off now so we can shelter how you and then on top of it, you trying to keep us, let us remain a sanctuary city. You still trying to help these illegals with how? Sir, I know that you come from a family of academics and they weren't shrewd negotiating business minds, but you're not negotiating from a place of strength when it comes to these businesses being here. New York is almost at the point where you're begging people to stay. You're begging people to have the office. Remember when Eric Adams was begging people to go back to work? Please stop working from home. He was trying to get the businesses to they are trying to get. This is the whole reason why they gave them some illegals debit cards, so that they could spend the money in Manhattan.
Yeah.
The money that people wasn't spending no more because they're not going to work, they're not buying lunch. And when you're not going, look, I know for me, when I worked in the city, not only was I going to lunch, buying lunch in the city, but then I was also, stopping off at the store real quick to see what they had new, if there's any new shoes, you know what I'm saying, anything. Then I was going to go to this store over here. Then, you know what, my friends want to meet up for drinks after work, and it's right there before I go home, you know what I'm saying? So now we at some bar somewhere, you know what I mean? Just having a couple of drinks and, getting some food before we go home. I ain't doing that no more. All that money's not being spent in the city like it used to be. And so this is why they gave them those debit cards, so that somebody would be spending money and swiping money in the city during that time. So, like I said, he's not an astute negotiator. And I'm going to let you, if you have anything to chime in.
Yeah, no, I think when you go towards, obviously we know about the stats on DEI. Like, we already know who it helps, who it doesn't help. But he said something that I want to call back to, that and again, it just goes toward the pigeonhole that they need to keep us in to continue their agenda. When he was talking about the New York State reparations bill they were trying to get passed, and he was talking about Trump, and they started interrupting him on from the right. He said something, it was a throwaway line, but like I said, I believe it's integral to what they try to do. And he said, yeah, the minority party who doesn't act like any minority that I know. And so you try to make a play on words, but what that really means is that the term minority, we know how loaded that is. And so that is like one of their secret weapons, right? That they get a chance to use and pull out whenever they want to do programs like DI and the things. So I wanted to make sure I connected that back to that speech he said, because these are things, like I said, that speak towards their mindset and their motivations. And so just kind of to piggyback on what you were saying about the businesses, yeah, like most of their plans and their theories are just that. And they plan them and project them on the theory that they won't leave, right? And so that's kind of what he was saying. Like, yeah, projections say that they say they're going to leave, but that they won't.
Right.
And then what happens is when they do, then the whole plan goes to shit, because it was never based on, well, what happens if they leave? Because if they leave, then it doesn't work at all. It only works if they don't leave, or if some leave, or there's some level of compromise. And so in a world where, like you just said, and this is key, in a world where, because the same thing that I do for work, like I go to these businesses. And so now when most of these businesses are no longer there, or there's no one there any longer, it's only a matter of time before that location just doesn't exist at all anymore. Because there's nothing sustaining it. And then once it's an ecosystem, once that part of the ecosystem crashes, then all the things around it that it also fed, that also closes down and leaves. And so if you're in the city at all during the day, during business hours, you can see multiple businesses that used to be there that are not there anymore. And so whether they leave based on your taxes, or they leave because no one's going into the office anymore, they leave and they're gone. And so all these people that you have a theory on you being able to tax, you can't get nothing if you tax zero. And that's kind of where these programs start to come up short, like you said. And then on top of the fact that you want to keep us a goodie and resource giveaway city for those that you want to allow to come here. And that's kind of one of the biggest issues I have with politicians like him, but more importantly, the city council that governs the budget for New York City, the 5 boroughs. They are pro-immigrant, pro-illegal immigrant. And that is a problem when all those things are happening at once.
Right. And it is draining our city of resources. It is making our city less safe. Can I go on and on and on and on and on? But I won't, because I need to. I'm cutting them up like a fish. I'm filleting them like a fish tonight. I'm taking I'm cutting them open like a catfish tonight. Okay. So he says that he wants to have a fare-free city buses and improved public transit. Everybody wants that. But I don't see how you're gonna do any of that with Kathy Hochul over your shoulder, because she's ready to charge us for everything. If she could charge us for air, she would. So I don't see how you're gonna do that. So again, you just making promises and talking out your behind. Then he says he wants a city-owned grocery store to combat food deserts. Let's see how that worked out in other cities.
Yeah.
Operators. The Linwood Sun Fresh grocery store is now closed. That grocery store was off of 31st and Prospect. Now, the company posted signs on the door saying it was their dream to operate the store. KMBC 9's Brian Johnson is live there tonight with why the store closed and what's next for that location, Brian.
Yeah, Maria. Well, Community Builders of Kansas City operates the Sunfresh. We reached out to them for comment, but they did not get back to us. The sign on the door says circumstances outside of their control forced the store to close. Meanwhile, now the closest Sunfresh is here on MLK, 3 miles away. Black plastic masks years of investment, but people know what's missing.
It was actually something that the community needed.
Neighbors say this Sunfresh was crucial to the community at 31st and Prospect. They can't believe it's gone.
It's going to be tragic on this neighborhood. It's going to be tragic.
The closest thing is Happy Foods, about a mile east.
You only have Wild Woodies.
It says it's seeing a slight increase in traffic. There's also an Aldi about a mile south.
I definitely would have liked to seen it last a little bit longer.
For months, the store hasn't fully been stocked. Still, person after person comes to buy groceries.
I thank the previous operator for the years they put into that, as well as their predecessor. And now we'll try to do all we can to make sure that this works.
Mayor Quinton Lucas is disappointed. He met with the store operator 2 weeks ago for hours trying to come up with a solution.
Yeah, I know there are different challenges to how a grocery store can operate. Part of that challenge is that the city certainly has been happy to be a partner, but there's always a limit to what we will invest as well.
It comes down to money. The city owns the building and has invested nearly $29 million in the store. Still, the Sunfresh was losing money.
All of a sudden, you roll down here this morning and
29 million.
they're gone, and they're saying they're not coming back.
All neighbors know is there's no food here now, and they wish that wasn't the case.
I'd like to know what could be done, maybe to bring it back.
In Kansas City, Brian Johnson, KMBC 9 News.
The city says it will try to find a new operator. Tonight, a spokesperson for Price Chopper tells KMBC 9 News that they have not had any talks to take over the Sunfresh location.
Again, pipe dreams. You just saying shit. You don't know how it works. First of all, let me explain this. Right? There are some things you want private, and there are some things you want to be state run. Groceries, you want that to be private. Nitro, you want that to be city or state run. And let me explain why. When it comes to a grocery store, something like that, you need something that's going to have some kind of competition. Competitive pricing, you know what I'm saying? So they could be like that. But when you got a state run, they don't have to, worry about competition. Clearly, you see the money just ended up going down the toilet. Because what happens is, unfortunately, especially in New York, if that happened in Kansas City, it's definitely going to happen here, because we already see what the current administration, money is going missing everywhere. And it's just, let's not talk about the current administration. It was the administration before him, and the administration before them, and the administration before them. So I'm not going to pin it all on Adams like he's the only one. Like they trying to act like it is now. He's not the only one. He's the black one, but he's not the only one. They all have been doing it. And so when you have a state-run grocery store, that's what happened here. Corruption, they siphoning money off the top. How else can you explain it when they put $29 million into it? How come you could spend $29 million and you can't get a grocery store to work? Come on. I was born at night, not last night. So when he sits there and says these things about, oh, you know what I'm saying? I want a grocery. Oh, and I didn't go into the housing. The reason why you don't want housing to be private is because a private institution needs to make money. NYCHA is not about making money. You can't make money if you're charging $20 for rent. If you're not charging market rent, you can't make money. So it has to be a state or a city-run institution, because it has to get funding from the city or state in order to run. Now, my solution would be is that you should get sponsors, private sponsors for certain buildings, or even fundraisers for certain buildings. We got certain rappers that are from certain projects. Why they can't do a benefit concert to gather money, to bring in money to help the projects, to use that money to now use for renovations and this and that, and you use private money on a publicly funded thing and just use that as donations. Because Making it completely private, that's not going to work. Because like I said, a privately run company, they have to make a profit. It's a fact, or they will get fired. The shareholders must have a profit. And there's nobody that can run a building anywhere near as big as the buildings in NYCHA and you not be, a big business. You can't be some small business and be able to run these huge buildings. So it would have to be some sort of a corporation. And a corporation is subject to the shareholders. And the shareholders want dividends. And if you're not going to bring them dividends, they're going to get a CEO that will. So you cannot make NYCHA private and you cannot make grocery stores state funded. It just don't work. And I submit to you that I am not a political scientist. So if I know this, Mamdani knows it too. He's just telling y'all he's just pissing on your head and telling you it's raining. You have anything to add before I keep going?
No.
Now, he wants public child care and a push for $30 minimum wage by 2030. Let me see. What do I have queued up next? I found a couple videos that I was looking for. Yes, perfect. This is exactly where I want to be.
I've not had any thoughts to take.
This California McDonald's franchise owner says he's had to cut staffing by 10% in the past year. And this chart might explain why. Last year, California increased its minimum wage for fast food workers from $16 to $20 an hour. Politicians like Governor Gavin Newsom hailed this as a great idea that would help working class Californians. But look at what happened with fast food jobs. While employment in affected fields basically stayed the same in other states, it's cratered in California. It looks like a lot of business owners couldn't afford the hike in labor costs, so they laid off employees or stopped hiring new ones, because the real minimum wage is $0.
So I know you couldn't hear, but it was playing because I'm listening on
No,
the
I
thing.
couldn't hear you before you went to go cue it up. The video played right. Fine.
Oh, okay. I didn't think I said anything. Yeah. So when he sits there and talk about now, he wouldn't raise the minimum wage to $30 an hour.
Yeah.
Let me let you guys understand something. When I was 14 years old, I got my working papers and I got my first job. Right? And you know what I made? The minimum wage. So you mean to tell me, see, minimum wage is not for adults. Minimum wage is not to be able to, it should not be able to sustain a whole family. That was not what minimum wage was created for. Minimum wage is what you pay kids for summer jobs. Now, unfortunately, there are a lot of adults who come here to this country and they start off at those very same jobs that used to be for kids. When I was a teenager, it was kids at the fast food jobs. It was kids at the grocery store, college kids. The adults were the managers and the supervisors.
Mm-hmm.
But the staff was mostly college kids and high school kids working after school or on the weekends. So, that's what was in retail. That's what was in fast food. That's what was in the supermarkets. That's what was in these jobs that now people are trying to say that they're trying to sustain their families on. And don't get me wrong, I get it, but that's not how this country was set up. You have to work and get experience. And unfortunately, because you came here as an adult, you're kind of thrust in the same position without experience as the teenagers. But that
Yeah.
doesn't mean now that we should change the rules now for you. Because what about the teenagers? No one's going to pay a 14-year-old $30 an hour. They're not going to do it. And truth be told, they're not going to pay an adult $30 an hour to flip no burgers either. They're going to get a robot first. They're not paying you. You think that that's, again, another 5,000-year-old genie trick. You think that because they raised the minimum wage that they're going to pay you. California has already shown that to not be true. Raise the minimum wage, they remove the jobs completely. Completely. So y'all sitting there letting him gas you up. Piss on your head and tell you it's raining if you want to. I'm here to wake you up. I'm here to give you a napkin and tell you to dry your forehead. Matter of fact, I'm here to give you an umbrella and push him away. Get him away from us. His weird self in the food truck with no shirt on and his nana. I don't know what's going on with white sauce. What's next? Yeah. All right. So now let's start talking about his campaign momentum. So we get into the end now, okay? He won the Democratic Party in June 2025, defeating Andrew Cuomo and others. He's leading the polls in fundraising with over $1 million raised from grassroots donors. Let's talk about these donors. Because we already talked about his mama's donors, who his mama was getting money from, right? Now let's talk about who his campaign is getting money from, right? So they're saying that he fundraised with over $1 million from grassroots donors. Hold on, let's see. Let's break down. Okay, where's the article? See, which one did I want to do first? I think I want to do this one first, and then we're going to get into the big money. Let's talk about the small money. Let's talk about the small money first, and then we'll end it with a bang, with the big money. Okay, big tech workers, top donations. Let's see if I can find the article now. There it is. Okay. See, MSNBC is invading my space again. Oh, come on. Why won't it go away though? Okay. So this is from the New York Post. Big tech workers, including from Google and Meta, were among the biggest group of donors to Mamdani's mayoral campaign, creating a fresh headache for companies in the Big Apple that could feel the brunt of the self-proclaimed Democrat socialist policies. The Post has learned. The 33-year-old upstart has spooked New York business and tech leaders, many of whom fear that his vow to raise taxes on the wealthy and pass calls to defund police will spark a mass exodus similar to what San Francisco experienced under progressive leaders in recent years. However, their underlings have thrown their financial support behind the frontrunner for City Hall. rank and file Google employees donated nearly $40,000 to Mamdani's campaign through July 11th, more than any other company or institution, according to New York City's campaign finance data reviewed by the Post. Meta workers chipped in more than 10,500, ranking the seventh on the list, followed by Amazon employees who donated nearly 9,000. Campaign funds also flowed from employees at New York City mainstays like tech and media firm Bloomberg. Bloomberg was 8,000, Spotify was 7,000, Block was 6,000, Squarespace was 3,000, and Mongo was 39,000 or 3,900, the data showed. So, outside the sector, Mamdani received significant support from workers at New York-based colleges and city agencies. The Columbia University system ranked overall with nearly $33,000 in donations, followed by the New York City Department of Education, $26,000 in donations, and the New York University system, $24,000, and the CUNY system, $18,000, the data showed. The New York City campaign finance regulation requires donors to disclose their employer if their contributions exceed $100. The stats do not include donors who listed alternate designations such as being unemployed, self-employed, or retired. Overall, Mamdani raised $800,000 from roughly 10,500 donors in June 25th throughout July 11th, with more than $350,000 of that cash coming outside of New York. Records show representatives for Google and Meta declined to comment. Amazon and the Mamdani campaign did not return requests for comment. John Borthwick, a famed tech investor of CEO of New York's based BetterWorks, said the donations from tech workers doesn't surprise me at all because young people in particular want change. I got another reason. Mamdani, who handily beat Governor Cuomo in the Democratic primary, has vowed to lower the cost of living through policies. I already busted all that up. Critics say his plans could cause chaos in the housing market. I agree. Among other unwanted side effects, I agree, included businesses running for the exits. Tech giants are particularly focused on the quality of life impacts of Mamdani's policies on issues like public safety, housing, education, because those are the key to making the city attractive destination. Companies left San Francisco in droves due to rampant crime and homelessness, which some critics attributed to woke policies adopted by the city leadership. Okay. Insiders say companies are struggling to balance the need to voice real concerns about the impact a Mamdani administration would have on their businesses against the risk of alienating progressive workers who appear to be broadly supportive of him. Okay, and Mamdani's approach to artificial intelligence is a key concern for Borthwick, who noted that the upstart has yet to articulate a vision on how New York City should leverage a technology that carries major potential, but also threatens to cause significant upheaval in the white-collar workforce. Okay, remember that. This technology is going to transform the city, and he isn't thinking or ready for it, says Bortnick, who previously told the Post that Mamdani's mayorship will be disastrous for the city. Mamdani has vowed to regulate the industry, warning that AI could harm workers, replicate biases, and weaken vital services if done irresponsibly. And I'm going to put in, I'm going to insert this part right here. Who programmed the biases? See, what they're forgetting is, who are these workers? Isn't that the H1B1 sector? Who are these workers? Of course they're behind him. These are his people. These are his cousins working in the tech sector. Of course, they want someone like Mamdani because they don't want their visas revoked. They don't care. And the thing is, they're not even looking long term, because if the company has to leave New York, then that's going to be less jobs. And and if you guys don't get a handle on that, well, AI is coming. So a lot of y'all about to lose them jobs anyway. Does he have a plan for that? So you want to sit here and say all this hot shit. AI could harm workers, replicate biases, and weaken vital services if done irresponsibly. Who programmed the biases? I'm gonna keep going. We ultimately create checks to ensure that technological tools are being deployed responsibly to deliver effective services, Mamdani told Crane, New York. As mayor, I would work with unions and the city council to pass legislation that would appropriately regulate AI. He doesn't have big picture view. I wouldn't trust him to negotiate on my behalf. He doesn't have a big picture view. And even though, like I said, he has a view on whatchamacallit, I would not trust him to be able to negotiate anything with AI to be able to keep jobs. So y'all about to shoot yourself in the foot. Well, he ain't gonna win anyway. But y'all trying to shoot yourself in the foot. But whatever. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I just wanted to talk about that. You got any thoughts, Divine?
No, I think that was a great point that you made about the the workers that's behind him. Like like you said, these are his people. It's similar to what was being done and what was being talked about being done in 2024, right? Like that's the same thing that Kamala was planning on doing. Like at the same time, at the last minute, they were trying to present themselves as cracking down on the border and creating that bipartisan border bill that's supposed to, limit illegal immigration. At the same time, she was talking about increasing those H-1B1 visas. So this is the con game that most of these um, immigrant politicians are playing on us. But more importantly, those that are South Asian, specifically East Indian, they are definitely looking to continue that stream of them coming in, and while at the same time um, bringing them in and implementing their caste system. Because even when you go beneath the numbers of that, you see that a lot of the non-Brahmin Indians complain that in those H-1B1 hirings, they still run the caste system and treat those non-Brahmins as the quote unquote untouchables that they would be in their own country. So yeah. Just layers upon layers of discrimination, if you will, in the way in which they, operate their systems once they get here.
So we wrapping it up. Now we're gonna get into more of the. Let's talk about that. We talked about the small money. Let's talk about the big money, so we can wrap it up because it's getting late. It been late.
It's been late.
It's been late. But I just want to get it over with. Then it's done. Let's see. I had a video, but I can't find it. So, yeah. Let's just get into the big money donations. Okay. Yeah, let's start there. So, let's see right here. So, Billionaire hedge fund heir Elizabeth Simmons donates $250,000 to pro Mamdani super PAC. So I thought he didn't like billionaires. And billionaires should be abolished. It sounds like he a lot like his mama. He don't like stuff until they give him money. And then when they give him money, then it's okay. So philanthropist Elizabeth Simmons, daughter of late billionaire hedge fund investor Jamie Simmons, donated $250,000 to Mamdani Super PAC New Yorkers for lower costs. The contribution is the largest made to the group promoting the Democratic Socialist nominee's mayoral campaign, which has already raised $2 million from nearly 300 separate donations. $2 million from 300 separate donations. Simmons is chairwoman of the board of directors of Heising Simmons Foundation, which she co-founded with her husband, Mark Heising. James Simmons founded Renaissance Technologies, and he and wife Marilyn donated $1 billion from his former employer, Stony Brook University, where he was a math professor. Marilyn is an alumni to the Long Island School, which is part of the State University of New York. James Simmons died last year. His net worth was estimated at $31 billion. The super PAC operates independently of Mamdani's campaign. Mamdani has caused a stir when he said there shouldn't be billionaires during an interview after he won the Democratic primary. I don't think we should have billionaires because, frankly, it's too much money. It's too much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need is more equality across our city and across our state and across our country. Billionaire Democratic Illinois Governor Pritzker fired back at the time, saying, look how much money you have. Look how much money you have doesn't determine what your values are. Fix the city super PAC. Fix the city. A super PAC backing Andrew Cuomo's campaign for mayor raised a staggering $26 billion. Blah 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 blah. I don't need to get into that. We're not talking about Cuomo right now. We're talking about him. So you see that he's getting big money from billionaires when he sits there and talks about how he doesn't like billionaires. But let's see what other kind of help. We see that he's already getting help, and they said from, they said he's getting help from, from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Why I never can say her name either. It's just too many. I don't know. Syllables. I don't know. But I can never say her name. But let me let Brother Zoran, you have anything you want to chime in before I go to the next article? Okay. All right. So the next articles. All right. So let's see who else is trying to get in there. Oh, looky. Why is it not telling me where this is from? Oh, this is from the Post. This is from the New York Post. Okay. Bill de Blasio and his former aides are advising Mamdani and clamoring to get back into City Hall. We're not going to read this whole article. We're just going to read what I underline. My understanding is that Mamdani people are letting anyone chime in. Hold on. Wait. Former Big Apple mayor and groundhog killer. God dang. Former Big Apple mayor. I didn't catch that. I don't remember that being in there, but that is funny. Former Big Apple mayor and groundhog killer Bill de Blasio and his aides are clamoring to become relevant again by sucking up the socialist and Democratic nominee Mamdani in the hopes of scoring a position in his potential administration, the Post has learned. Okay. I just wanted to read that part because it was funny. Still Gaspard was the key architect in, so Gaspard, we're just going to read. Still Gaspard was the key architect in arranging Mamdani's appearance at the National Action Network with Reverend Al Sharpton after his stunning win with former Governor Cuomo, added a noted foe of de Blasio, whom the former mayor vowed to do everything in his power to stop. Cuomo is his foe. Gaspard, who also served as a political director of the influential SEIU 1199 Union. Okay, everybody in New York know what that is. Okay? And he was also a U.S. ambassador to South Africa and Obama's White House director of political affairs. I'm trying to see if there's a picture in this article. There's definitely one in the next. Hold on. There's a picture. There's a picture. Let me put this picture up on the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. There he is. Okay. So this man, let's read who he is. Gaspard, who also served as a political director of the influential 1199 Union. He also was a U.S. ambassador to South Africa as Obama's White House director of political affairs, has deep ties with Big Apple's Black communities, labor unions, and the larger Democratic Party. Mamdani himself suggested that he is wooing Gaspard. During the final mayoral primary debate, he mentioned Gaspard by name as the type of experienced hand he wanted to bring in his administration. Now, this is very important. Oh, real quick. It said something in the article. It said that Bill de Blasio has a girlfriend. This is just tea. It said that his girlfriend is Nomiki Coast. I'm like, oh, so that's why you made a big deal of you and your wife separating, because they never divorced. They separated, and so this article, I just thought that was funny that this article mentioned that he has a girlfriend. Anyway, now, who is this guy? Right? Who is this guy? Let's see. Let's get into who this guy is. Okay, where is the article now? I feel like it has a different label than the actual article. I did this one. Okay. Oh no, I need this article. Here it is. There's so many. No, this is not the one. I mean, that is an interesting article, but this is not the one. This is the one. Here we go. Some Democrats panicked over Mamdani, and Obama called him. So let's see who's the puppeteer. In the days after it became clear that Mamdani had won the New York City's June mayoral primaries, much of the Democratic establishment began to panic. Former President Barack Obama, the last Democrat to captivate the party's base, got on the phone. In a lengthy call in June, Mr. Obama congratulated Mr. Mamdani and offered him advice about governing and discussed the importance of giving people hope in a dark time, according to people with knowledge of the conversation. Others in Mr. Obama's orbit have also shown keen interest in Mr. Mamdani and his campaign. John Farvo, who served as Mr. Obama's speech writer, and Dan Pfeiffer, a former senior advisor, have been in communication with the Democratic strategist Maurice Katz, among Mr. Mamdani's closest aides. David Axelrod, who served as Mr. Obama's chief campaign strategist and senior advisor, was also curious. Last month, he stopped by Mr. Mamdani's campaign quarters, then in the Flatiron district, in the Flatiron neighborhood of Manhattan, to meet the candidate and his staff and to see things for himself. What I found when I went over to that office was a familiar spirit that I hadn't seen in a while, of just determined, upbeat idealism. Yeah, idealism, because he ain't got no substance. Mr. Axelrod told me, you may not agree with every answer he's given or every idea he has, but he's certainly asking the right questions. When and where is he asking those questions? Because I ain't seen not near one. He said, which is how do we make the country work for the working people? He did ask that question. I will say that. He did ask that question, but he ain't got none of the answers. He said Mr. Mamdani's ability to inspire young Americans who feel economic uncertainty acutely was critical and something the party at large needed to reckon with. And I'm gonna start talking shit in the middle of this argument. You see right there? He said Mr. Mamdani's ability to inspire. I don't need no inspiration. I need you to get off my back. You already talking about you on my back. You want to get a check for reparations. I need you to get off my back and let me get what's owed to me. What is my birthright? And then aside from that, as a New Yorker, I need you to do what's best for New York, not for people who are not even citizens here. I am tired. Everybody who seems to be in politics here in this city and in this state only care about themselves and other people. You do not care about the state. How can you care about the state when you only care about people who are not citizens of the country? It is crazy to me because everybody who's with this knows damn well none of this would be tolerated in your countries. Not a lick of this would be tolerated. You would not allow people. Everybody right now is kicking people out of their country who are not supposed to be there. How come this is the only one where people are being demonized for it? If you didn't come here legally, you didn't follow our laws, you are an illegal. And I don't even care if you're my friend. That is what it is. I can love you and still tell you the truth. That as my friend is, and as if you are my friend and you're illegal, I'm going to tell you, get your shit together. Because and I'm talking about, the on code Caribbeans that I do know, you know what I'm saying? If I knew someone who was illegal, I would tell them, get your stuff together. In fact, that is what I told them before Trump came into won the presidency. I told them that he would win. I told them, don't think that because you live in New York, you live in this bubble, that this is what the country is feeling. I told them that Trump is coming. I was like, and don't think that we as a country or we as Black people are going to stop the mass deportations to save one or two people that we like. We're going to let the thousands of people flood over. I'm sorry, it can't work like that. It can't work like that. So I warned them early, get your things together. Get your stuff in order. I warned people who were sitting here, and this is me. And all of this is documented because you got the videos. They're up there. I didn't take them down. There's videos where I talked about how when they first started giving driver's license to illegals, I told y'all don't sign up for those driver's license. I said, you better keep driving them dollar cabs with no license like you've been doing and running when the cops come. Because if you put your name on the list, as soon as the Democrats aren't in power anymore, the Republicans going to have that list. And look where we at today. So I gave my warnings. My conscience is clear. I gave my warnings. No one wanted to hear me. Y'all didn't. Whatever it is, it's too late now. I told y'all then that we're not going to stop these deportations for one or two people that we like or that we care about. When there's so many others that are anti-black, that are committing crimes against us, and telling us all kind of craziness. I'm not going to sit there and let thousands and thousands, millions of people who want to see me dead for one or two who are my friends. I'm sorry. And you would do the same thing in your country. In fact, you're doing it right now with the Haitians. Every single Caribbean nation is expelling Haitians. Every single one. All y'all. And nobody has anything to say about it. So you're sitting there and you want to give the citizens hope while you give illegals money, cars, e-bikes that's setting the city on fire, e-bikes, debit cards, clothes, coats, laundry, 5-star hotels, apartments, furniture for the apartments. Did I forget anything? Free college education. You want to give us hope while you give them money. Obama, and we're gonna get. We're gonna get into that. Let me just finish this because I didn't went way off on a tangent. The interest from the closely guarded world of Mr. Obama and those around him is the clearest sign yet that Mr. Mamdani is likely to be embraced by the Democratic mainstream. And I'm trying to kill that before it even happens. Whether the party leaders or donors like it or not, it comes at a time of dueling visions among voters, Democratic politicians and donors over the future of the party. Some key figures within the Democratic establishment have reacted, at least publicly, to Mr. Mamdani with a sense of suspicion or alarm. Hakeem Jeffries, the House leader, has yet to, and that was at the time of this article because I believe he's endorsed him now. Am I right on that, Divine? No, he didn't endorse him. He didn't. Okay, so he didn't endorse him yet. Okay, so maybe I'm confusing him with Michael Eric Dyson. Because I thought I had a video, but like I said, that must have been the Michael Eric Dyson video I'm talking about. But anyway, so he is not. He has yet to endorse the Democratic nominee, even though Brooklyn, which he represents, voted for Mamdani in over Governor Cuomo by nearly a 20% margin. I'm trying to kill that. Okay, let me see. I want to go down to where it's important. So anyway, they basically are going to try to use all of Obama's people to get him elected. And again, like me and my mom always say, the Democrats are overplaying their hand. They have not read the room. They do not understand what's really happening. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. Divine, you have anything you want to add while I look for the next article?
I thought there was. I'm trying to think of what you said last.
I said a
That I
lot.
want that. I know. Shit, there was something, but I will say, yeah. I just saw a clip of them still badgering Hakeem Jeffries to attempt to endorse him, but he still hadn't come out and said anything in favor of him in the way of an endorsement. So yeah, I think that still has not happened. That was very recent. I think that was like a couple of days ago. But shit, you said something. It's out of my mind now because it was the article right before this one, I think. Because this one's about Obama. What was the one before this about?
The money. Oh, Bill de Blasio.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Bill de Blasio. Yeah. So, and his foes and the money too. So it was about the money. It wasn't about Bill de Blasio. It was about the
Right,
money.
and the billionaires.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, um, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of empty rhetoric. It's a lot of how can I even put this? It's a lot of talking points when it comes to this wing of Democrat socialism, right? It's a whole bunch of like an empty rhetoric that they have. It's like a playbook they have to read from the script. There's a script that
Mm-hmm.
needs to be read from, and then just going back to what AOC and Jamal Bowman did once they got in there, right? They read from the script until they got in, and then when it was time to band together to put real pressure
Mm-hmm.
on the Democrat establishment in the same way in which Tammy Duckworth put pressure on them to get her people some stuff when she told Biden, "Look, I ain't voting for no, I ain't helping you confirm nobody
Mm-hmm.
if you don't do
Mm-hmm.
this for us." And in the
Right.
same way that goodness, that Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema held the Democrats hostage for what they wanted for their constituents. Jamal Bowman and AOC never did nothing close to that, and Rashid
That's
Tlaib and
right.
all of them.
That's
Well,
right.
maybe Rashid Tlaib I think stood on something that was that was unpopular, but it was Bowman, AOC, Tlaib, Ayanna Presley, and I think there's one more. Oh yeah, the one that's out now too. God from St. Louis. Um, Corey Bush. All of them together were supposed to be the squad and stand on business. And when it was time, they did not. They put that through that script away. And now AOC is trying to dust it back off and get out there with Bernie. And Bernie's another one that reads from the script. And then when it's time to hold the Democrats' feet to the fire, it falls short of anything substantive and transformative. So yeah, it's a whole bunch of bullshit that they get a chance to spew, hit the talking points, hit the checkpoints, hit the check marks, and then pivot into what they really gonna do when it's time. So I think he's just another one in the same line. I mean, like you say, he's following behind his mama. His mama took all that money from Qatar, didn't think nothing of it. He's in that same boat. Like, when it's time to take the money, you're gonna take the money. Because I mean that's just what you did at every stop that you've been at. You muted.
Thank you. So
Mhm.
I wanted to get into the Democrats overplaying their hand, right? They're running now to Obama because Obama was the last time that they had a win, right? But they don't understand it's a different climate out here. Obama don't have no friends. The Democrats don't have no friends. You see that headline? This was after the election. You see that date? This was right after the election. I had to dig for this article because they really was trying to hide it. 95,000 votes. And then for the people that sat home, the Democrats lost 500,000 asses sat home and said no. On top of 95,000 who went to go vote red. It's a different climate out here. You running and you think you could get up underneath Obama, and Obama ain't got no friends out here. You've been in your 32nd, 36th district. What is it? 36th district too long. 36. You've been in your 36th district too long. In your little enclave. And he did an interview, and I did have that video. I don't know if I still got it. Let me see. But I had a video where he was going up to people and asking them why they voted for, like, who they voted for, and all that. Oh my gosh, wow. I had really a lot of stuff in here that I did not play. No, I don't think I put, I think I forgot that one. Anyway, so where was I? He doesn't have, he thinks that, you know, he's gonna be able to hop on Obama's coattails to be able to use the same people Obama used, and that is going to get him to the White House. Well, that probably is where he's trying to ultimately go, is to the White House. But right now, he's just trying to get to Gracie Mansion. You know what I'm saying? So he think that that all of these things are gonna get him to Gracie Mansion, so he could, you know, be on his hot stepping way to the White House. Okay, let me bring the article back. Actually, I don't think I really need to go into too much more. I think I proved my point. I will add the link to the article though, so if you want to break it down by, you know what I'm saying, you can break it down, you know. And then I'm just gonna, I do want to play this one right here because this one was pretty good. Now, just like I'm gonna say that he's very Obama-esque, because Obama, he, you know, played like he was trying to, you know, that he was actually looking out for regular people and, you know, at the middle class. And in actuality, we all know that Obama is the richest person to come out of the White House due to the money he had prior to the White House and the money he's made after he's come out of the White House. So I just want to show this little video, just to show that, you know, maybe him and Obama have, you know, quite a bit in common. Just kind of waiting on this right here. Of course, it's not being my friend. Okay, so what I will do is I will set everything else up while I'm waiting on that. Okay, great. Of course, as soon as I start setting stuff up, it's ready. Ah! I try to be so ready. I try to be so ready. And I'm not. Okay, here we go.
Check this out. Hates capitalism but bought a new beachfront mansion. Nice. If you think this guy is gonna save New York, yeah, you're wrong. The only people this guy will save is the Mohammeds and Abus. Remember that.
Okay. So we're going to get into that one later. So now, so we see he's basically taking money, you know, that he's made. However, I don't know. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying nothing about that. I'm just saying he's sitting there talking about how, you know, he's not about billionaires, but you sit there buying, you know, beachfront property and making sure, you want to make sure that everybody has housing. How come you didn't, you know, take that money and help somebody get some housing? There shouldn't be billionaires and millionaires and all of these things. But when it comes to your money and what you're doing, you making sure you and your wife is set. You making sure you guys have a nice place to live. Okay. And speaking of wife, now we're getting into the last little bit here. Okay. Oh, actually, hold on. Before we get into the wife. He then talks about his campaign, right? And being the largest grassroots movement in New York City history, or that's what they say about him, right? That he had the largest grassroots campaign in New York City. And I just asked ChatGPT, I said, okay, well, I'm curious to know, who were his volunteers? Because remember they talked about how many volunteers he had, right? His volunteers were majority young and multicultural, strong Asian American engagement, white progressive backbone. He had neighborhoods like Astoria, Bed-Stuy. We already talked about Bed-Stuy and how it's changed. Jackson Heights. These areas are racially diverse, I bet, but I bet it's season only a certain type of people came out. It wasn't black. It says limited black volunteer representation. Despite outreach in Harlem and other historically black neighborhoods, Mamdani struggled to gain traction among black voters in areas like Brownsville, East Flatbush, where Cuomo performed better. So now back to what I was saying about the about, because I really want to dig into that, but I wanted to talk about that real first, so we know like what kind of people he got to volunteer. So they're sitting there talking about, oh, he got all this grassroots volunteer, and it's mostly white and Asian. But when they give you that word, it makes you feel like, it's a lot of us out there. You know what I mean? It's a lot of us really campaigning for him. Now, they go on to say that he had the largest grassroots movement in New York history, with over 50,000 volunteers knocking on 1.6 million doors. I said, hold on. I want to know, where is the first one? I wanted to know when it says, so I wanted to know, was that true? Was that actually the biggest grassroots campaign in New York City history? Because I know that we have had a lot of grassroots campaigns here in New York City, and I just found it hard to believe that his would be the biggest. And as I thought, I was correct. The Harlem Renaissance, the Harlem Renaissance was a grassroots movement in New York. And it estimated about 300,000 Black residents migrated to Harlem during this period. Artists, writers, musicians, activists formed cultural and political movement that reshaped the American identity. Impact of modern Black consciousness with figures like Langston Hughes, Zoran Neale Hurston, and W.E.B. Du Bois. Okay, then let's talk about number two. The civil rights and Black power organizing in Harlem from 1954 to 1974. Tens of thousands of engaged in protests, walkouts, and organizing key events. One was the 1964 Harlem riot, which was sparked by the police killing of 15-year-old James Powell. So you see, this has been happening for quite some time. Involved thousands of protesters over 6 days. The Black Panther Party, the New York City chapter, ran free breakfast programs and health clinics, mobilizing hundreds of volunteers weekly. Okay. Organizations, they need to put organizations I don't even want to name, but anyhow, we already see that what they're talking about is a lie. Okay. Let's see another one. Ella Baker and the Parents in Action Against Educational Discrimination. Hundreds of Black and Puerto Rican parents in Harlem, and this is Chat GPT, in Harlem, they had school boycotts, picket lines, and direct action against segregation. They talked about this a little bit in The Godfather. Remember that, Divine? I don't know if you remember that episode in The Godfather, where remember when Bumpy's daughter and Bumpy's wife went to the school?
Yes.
Okay. So they talked about this a little bit in that movie, but I'm assuming that this is what they were referencing.
Okay.
Between 300 and 500 Black and Puerto Rican parents were actively involved in PAAED organizing efforts in Harlem during the late 1950s and early 1960s. School boycotts. They had school boycotts. This was over 460,000 students stayed home for the boycott that they had. Estimated tens of thousands of families participated, many mobilized by the parents group and ally groups. The meeting attendance, they had regular meetings that drew over 100 to 200 attendees weekly. So when they sit there and tell you, let's talk about it. So they had the parents volunteer movement. I got exact numbers. They had 666,000 volunteers, and they had over 1.5 million door knocks, and they had let's say, it doesn't give me a total amount of donations, but you see that this, when they use these statements and these phrases, that they're fudging the numbers. He is not the largest grassroots campaign in New York City's history. It's just not true. We've again. And here's the thing: as someone who studied Africana studies, as someone whose father is an African, a professor of African studies, why would you come here and then try to erase what we have done? Why would you do that? Because you are a buffer class. And that's what you did in Uganda. And now you're trying to come and bring it over here. We're not going to let that happen here either. So now, do you have anything you want to add?
No, but I did want to ask, how much more you guys is?
This we wrapping it up. We're wrapping it up.
Okay.
Wrapping it up. How much more can I go? I'm wrapping it up. So the last thing we're going to touch on is the wife.
Okay.
And then we done, because he ain't got no kids. So
okay.
Okay, because I would get on his kids too if I could. But so let's talk about that wife. So let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's play this video.
Mamdani ties the knot in a 3-day high-security celebration atop a Ugandan hill, but as the drums played, so did disapproval. In a nation mourning, some say the timing hit a sour note. Here's more in our next report.
The man who is poised to become New York City's next mayor has made headlines not for politics, but for pageantry. 33-year-old Zoran Mamdani, progressive firebrand, just wrapped a 3-day high-security wedding extravaganza at his family's sprawling estate in Uganda. Mamdani tied the knot with 27-year-old Syrian artist Rama Divaji, a union first blessed in Dubai and New York, now celebrated on African soil with cultural flair, music and motion. Nestled atop Buziga Hill with a panoramic view of Lake Victoria, this wasn't just any wedding. With over 20 special forces guards, cell phone jammers, and an invite-only guest list of international elites, the celebration was a fortress of festivity. But even as the drums beat, whispers of discontent echoed outside the estate, critics questioning the timing of such opulence during Uganda's period of mourning for a top Supreme Court judge. However, Mamdani has faced significant backlash from netizens and Ugandan locals for hosting a lavish 3-day wedding celebration, calling it insensitive. The son of filmmaker Meera Nair and academic Mahmoud Mamdani, Zoran's life straddles continents and controversies. As he eyes City Hall, this global celebration marks not just a personal milestone, but a moment the world watched. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so now we back at the beginning. Okay, because we wrapping it up. Okay, so now his wife family is from Syria. Now, when I tell you it's hard to find anything on that wife's family, I can't even find out what they do. I don't know what they do for a living. I don't know what their business is, but they moved to Houston. They moved to Houston when she was a child. Oh my gosh, did it really like not show any of the article? It's okay. Oh. So her family moved to Houston. It's just taking a long time to load. Her family moved to Houston and then they moved to Dubai. They're now in Dubai. So he had 3 weddings. He went to the Justice of the Peace here. Then he had a wedding in Uganda. And then he had a wedding in Dubai. So again, when we're talking about money, you understand what I'm saying? How many of us can have 3 weddings? But you're sitting there talking about you don't like billionaires and you think billionaires are this. It sounds like there's some money floating around. A lot of money floating around. And like I said, I wasn't able to find out to anything much on her family. But there was this interview that she did for this magazine because she's an artist. She does these illustrations of women of color, feminist leaning, left leaning, that kind of stuff. And it looks like, okay, all right, great. At least it'll show me. Yes, okay, good gracious. It was all the way at the bottom. So I'll just put it here, and then you guys are gonna have to just find it because this article looks crazy. Well, I'll put the link. So just gonna read just a little bit of it, not too much. Definitely, I started taking my art. She said, "Does your experience in living in the U.S. influence your work?" Definitely. I started taking my art seriously around the time I moved to the US, which was 3 years ago. And this article is not even showing me when this was written. It's not showing me the date. Anyway, we're going to keep going. I'll put the link in the thing, which was 3 years ago. I went through a lot of changes around that time. So you can see huge variations in my art since then. I was living in GCC for 10 years as the America, she spells it AMREEKIA. For 10 years as the America, Kaya, the American. I'm fully Syrian, but I had lighter hair at the time, had Western ideas, and couldn't speak Arabic as fluently. But when I got to America, I realized I definitely was not really American in the typical sense either. I just couldn't relate. Now, I thought that was interesting because I feel like they have similar identities where their bloodline is from one place, but they're living in another place because she's from Syria, but then she moved to Houston and then now she's in Dubai. She's not. Why are they not in Syria? So all of these things, I feel like they have similar identities where they're what I'm saying. And she also doesn't feel like when she was living where she's from, she was Americanized. They told her that she was Americanized, and then when she's here, they tell her that she's not American enough. So how can people who don't even see themselves necessarily as Americans come into politics here in America? I'm just, and we're wrapping it up here, so I'm going to take this off the screen and start giving final thoughts. Mr. President.
Yeah, I think this was a great deep dive. I mean, you, like I said, there was tons of stuff that you wanted to share. Can you still hear me okay? Okay, good. Yeah,
Yes.
because my earpiece just went out. So you done drained all the juice out the earpiece. So that's good that we figured out what the feedback was anyway. It wasn't the earpiece. It just happened to be when the videos and the
Right.
share screen was on. So that's good. But
Right.
needless to say, there was tons of stuff that you wanted to share with me when you were doing this that you didn't share. So a lot of this stuff was brand new information that I had never seen. Um, definitely brought back some memories and things I hadn't noticed the first watch of Mississippi Masala when I watched it as a much younger man. Um, and some of these ties to his family and the empty symbolism of his campaigns and those tied to it. I think this was an amazing deep dive on him and who he is as a candidate. And just as I'm watching this unfold and seeing the stuff that you broke down and seeing the viral moments that I've seen on Twitter and the way in which he's run his campaign, I'm not saying there's a Trump like character in the mayoral race. It could be. I mean, there's an argument to make for Adams, I guess, and Cuomo. Cuomo does continue to run. Sliwa not so much, but he is Republican like Trump. But I'm saying all that to say, when I look at the way his campaign is shaped up and kind of what he's doing and what he represents, Zoran's mayoral race seems very much so Kamala-esque. And how she chose to run her campaign, even though it was, a much shorter campaign with the time that she was given, but it's celebrity, it's celebrity heavy. It's a lot of empty, symbolic goofiness, viral moments that are trying to fill in the gaps for substantive policies. And so as I'm sitting here listening to you break it down, so I was quiet for a little bit because I was just paying attention to what was being said and done on the screen. It's like I said, it's very reminiscent of what they thought will work for
Mm-hmm.
Kamala at the national level, and we will see in about a month from now, well, a couple months from now, in November, we shall see what this pans out. Did this work or did it not work? And I think this is a great deep dive to give people a reason to take an extra look at who he is, who he isn't, what he really stands for, as opposed to what he says. And I think you've done a great service to our people, to this movement, to use this as an analysis um, to figure out who and what Zoran Mamdani really is.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know it was very long, but that be the problem. That sometimes this is why sometimes I don't do things, because when I tell you this was complete last week, but more stuff kept happening. I kept finding more things to add to, you know what I mean? As a matter of fact, I kind of just want to play just a couple of clips that I couldn't get to, that I thought I didn't have. Just a couple seconds. Let's see if I can find them real fast. I'm gonna try, because I can't believe that I actually had them, and the whole time I thought I didn't. Okay, so that was one that I thought I had, but we saw that. This is the clip right here. Okay, so we're gonna start it from about there.
I'll meet with anyone. I will meet with them and I'll explain why I believe in the necessity of raising the top corporate tax rate. And I'll also tell Bill Ackman that I firmly disagree with his attempt to dismantle diversity, equity, and inclusion across the country, because it's not only against the morals of so many, it's also against
I want a 5-second, 10-second, you know what I mean, button. Okay.
It's easy to be king of Kampala. Big fish in a little pond. Why don't you try to be king of London or king of Bombay?
Because I was born here. I've always been Ugandan first, Indian second. I've been called a bootlicker and a traitor by my fellow Indians.
So I just, in case you couldn't hear, he's saying, how come, this is the part where I was telling you that he said, how come you don't go be, a top dog in London? How come you don't go be a top dog in India? And he was like, because I'm Ugandan. I was born here. I have been called a bootlicker by my fellow Indians for sticking up for black people.
Kilo. Uganda is my home.
Not an emoji. Africa is for Africans.
He said, Uganda is my home. The
And you
guy
played
goes,
this
huh?
already. I saw this already.
No. We're going to keep going, though.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Black Africans.
Do you know why we left Uganda? Do you?
They put you in jail.
After 34 years, my brother Okello told me, Africa is for Africans, black Africans. After 34 years, that's what it all came down to. The color of my skin. That's why we left. Not because of Idi Amin or anything like that. Mina, believe me, I'm speaking from experience. People stick to their own kind. You're forced to accept that when you grow older. I'm only trying to spare you the pain.
I just wanted to play that little piece, and it kind of is a good piece to end off at. So, Mamdani's family has done this before. They've moved someplace and then they embedded themselves in the political system, in the economic system, and they found ways to benefit themselves and take resources for themselves and not share with the native people. We have seen what his family will do. We have seen that his mother has no morals. His mother has no backbone. His mother will say whatever for a check. We've seen that. We've seen that, his father is not far behind. So we see that the money, where the money is coming from, how they're being paid to do things in certain positions. You can't trust what they're saying. They're talking out both sides of their neck. Like I said, I know this was long, and I'm gonna start wrapping. I know this was long, but I felt that everything was necessary so you could get a complete picture of who this man is, because he's not telling you everything. And I think that's where I'll land right there. Okay. And on that note, I'm out. I'm tired.